what no man can do. However, Nigerians can no longer pay for transport. However, Nigerians be want come out for house, may they go hustle for their daily bread. But the transport where they want to come out, it already work the daily bread for the house. When you calculate the transport where you want to come out, go hustle. Go reach where you want to go hustle, come back. But His Excellency, those new Cha-Cha CNG bus where you buy, where them dey? I know they government out, but when we want start to the use them. You know, say this kind of election time now in Nigeria still happy. We don't see them say you don't buy sharp. Papa, how are you? Well, I don't know. Anyway, you do for Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, for Facebook, for YouTube, they watch us online. We must continue to thank you. This bus don't reach like 10 years now. Now the former governor. Abi, don't reach 10 years.
They go 60 years.
This bus don't go 16 years.
60 years.
Let me say we are due for new one.
Yes. Overdue.
That's why Akpakomiza don't go carry some come now. That one not they use, they use diesel and fuel. And a CNG. I been an electric bus. Our governor go buy also. Na CNG.
100 naira.
No, not be 100 naira. For this election time, a free Mayana. No, for this election time, from now till January 16, now free. If they not carry us free, we'll change it for them. 300 naira. Who wants to that for the 300 naira? This is not there. This is not there. Anyone? His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State. Whoa. I beg, those new bus bring and come out, make them go pack all this one. Abi?
Yes, Edo people deserve it.
Edo people deserve.
We deserve to have a new bus.
A new bus.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Honestly, never enter street.
I bet may enter. May enter.
What they pay you for back?
If they pay me for, if I don't even get space to pull my leg. You know, see.
They should.
Yeah, I add it to you.
No.
Also, waiting they have.
Comfort. Okay, this your son. No wonder.
Opa was the try for me. Yes. What you try for you? My brother.
Okay, but the transport, say transport. This is not there.
No option this one.
This is not there.
Make out 200 naira.
From where to where?
From AVP to.
Oh my governor, you should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Because in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Amen. I know say you don't buy, but bring them out.
I don't say they shine.
I know it's shining. But hunger day. Transportation, however, transportation is one of our biggest challenges in Nigeria. Even me as a worker, whether they work for private sector or government sector, you go see and say transportation don't take 90% of our salary. Now, hear what? May I tell you what they rain now? They say all the hustle, they hustle now. They say now belly and toilet with the hustle I put.
And so, what if you save again?
What it concern you for what I talk so? What it concern you?
And make I help you finish am.
Say,
Not be the country we dey.
say the work where they work. Na belly.
Na belle o, we no dey fit save again.
You mean say Nigerians now as a civil servant, you know if you save like 2 million naira. After you don't receive your salary, you know if you get 2 million naira as balance. No, say as a Nigerian, you don't work, pay house rent, feed the children, pay school fees, don't do it. You know if you get 2 million naira as balance for your.
Let me say you be Yahoo boy now.
Don't be say you dey work.
When you want to see him?
We will increase your salary. This new bus, you go enjoy the AC.
Amen.
The new bus is coming.
Make the new bus quick come.
And you bring it
And make NEPA light dey. No light,
You
no
go
light
buy
for
fan, you
building.
go buy solar fan.
No.
All the old women don't buy solar fan. So they carry solar fan follow body now.
You go
Go buy inverter fridge.
No light,
Go buy solar
no
fridge.
light. Money dey.
We not go fit wait for NEPA again. We not fit wait for light. They want to kill us in this country. Everybody that they buy solar for us. Don't borrow money from Lapo. I don't they go. If to say not be public transport, for see Nigerians they trek. Even so many Nigerians now don't park their vehicle now. They don't park big men now. People don't park their motor.
Yes, because of fuel. When it's too expensive. Eh?
Now this Iran-American war na ekosan. Na ekosan.
We not get refinery.
No, now because of the American.
We not get refinery.
Donald Trump don't want
We
Iran
not
now.
get refinery.
You know you say we don't give out to Chinese company. You know yeah. Excellency, I beg bring out the new boss. I beg. Oh, we'll bring out the new boss. This is about 15 years. We don't to repair this motor. Bring out the new. Okay.
Wetin dey happen?
Oh your money oh.
Wetin dey happen?
500 naira.
Wetin dey happen?
500 naira. But you don't tell her to enter this, but we still make government may bring out the new boss.
We now increase. Oh.
Wait, that may be the answer. Wetin dey happen?
See the way people they rush enter public bus.
Wetin dey happen?
Now, no, it's excellency. As an area journalist, I come. As an area journalist, this new bus so make Edo people enjoy this bus till the end of this year. In fact, till January 16th.
Where this boy now?
Madam, you don't see all that small bus enter where you call the enter this one. You don't see small one enter. You don't take cap. Where you call the enter this cheap one?
It's not cheap now.
It's cheap.
I go say cheap. It's not cheap. This one is supposed to be free bus. No. 300 is it cheap? It's not cheap. It's supposed to be free.
You know you say fuel don't go up.
Okay, why did they want us to vote for them? Is it not because of all this?
Now they tell an American carry you free from now till January 16th.
See me now, I want to pay. I want to pay.
Oh my governor!
For this bus. I'm also a passenger. I stay in Airport Road. Just now you are in Airport Road. We do queue for it because it's cheaper. The other buses they carry 600, 700. You know, in this economic now, we cannot afford to pay such amount. That's why we are trying to manage and queue for the bus. We queue. We are many.
The governor have bought new Shasha bus.
We thank him. Long may he reign.
That bus AC deal.
Yes, we knew.
That bus not be cho.
You mean it?
That bus not be diesel, not be
You
fuel.
mean it?
That bus now.
Buzzer for our governor.
It's not the hyper. So where are you going? Where are you going? Now you the enter goes Ghana or South Africa.
Bosu. Waiting dey happen.
I want to personally warn and tell you people the truth and nothing but the truth. Santana. Madam, how business? How you dey have family? People they complain. I not talk say now. People they complain. Say that they sell Santana. Where don't if they buy a riches, you call risky. Government wants start to call the checker now. Government wants start to check the Santana now.
We trust what we do because we dey eat from inside the Santana. We dey eat from inside. So me now, I go do wetin no good. I come dey eat from inside. I dey eat from inside.
If I buy this Santana go house now, like how many days if you stay for house?
Like this one where be like this now. If he stay 1 week, nothing go do am.
1 week.
Yes, nothing go do am. He get stash. The one wey no get stash, 3 days he don dey pere.
Okay, may I tell you now wetin people wey dey chop Santana dey complain. They say why be say Santana the smell, the cassava scent, it is scent well. These some people just chop Santana and once you tell them say chop am. If you just open some, wetin dey cause am?
That one, another person go answer that one.
What did they cost her?
I don't know. My own on the smell.
Your own not the scent.
I say my own on the scent like that.
No, they smell like that. Because if you put them for water and say you soak them, you quick wash them. Once, if you too take for ground, now you go get that odor.
Yeah.
But if you quick wash them, quick make them, you know, get that odor.
How much for that one now? 100 naira.
200.
For one.
3,500.
And for restaurants, now they sell on 1,000, 1,500 though.
3,500 for this one, sir. 3,500 for that big one. This one 8,500. From 9.
Yeah, give me 500 naira. I get now me. Wait. Me and my 4 children, and my wife and dog. No, not that. Eh?
This one at 8, I'll give you.
8. And some restaurant they sell on 1,500 naira. No say for this country they know they shame again. No, they. Okay, inside the Santana 500 when I buy. Now inside the soup, pepper. Oh yeah.
Now 9 now give us.
500 naira. Let me say if I open restaurant now, how much I'll get for this one now? I buy how many? Give me 9 for 500. 200 naira. With soup. Thank you, eh? Thank you. So cut now. Thank you.
I greet you.
Don't chop today.
I never chop. Seriously.
You never chop today.
I never chop. Is this everywhere? It's ACB. They don't pack everybody come outside though. They say they want to do the market. So right now, they're hungry.
You know, like as government they do the market.
I like as they do this thing, but I don't know what they will not just evacuate everyone like that now.
You sabi chop satana.
I sabi chop amo.
Like how many satana you fit chop?
If I say 4, I go finish 4. Only
4 satana.
Only 4. I dey tell you.
Like which kind of soup you use?
I go use correct melon soup.
Melon soup. Simbangasi water leaf.
Yeah, water leaf. All of them. But
you like to dey chop satana?
Too much.
You like how well?
Where?
I want dash you satana.
Okay. Hey.
I just buy and they hot. Open am, you know say na satana.
I don't see her.
Na 4.
I don't see her. Ibabo.
I buy and dust now.
Okay. God go bless you. God go bless you.
Na 4, na 7, 6, 9 days side.
Okay, you want to do the menu too?
You fit chop am. Carry, they go. Okay. I just buy and dust now.
No problem.
Mama gonna say find somebody where you go dash.
They
so as I ask you just now, you dey hungry, say you dey hungry.
No ma.
And I true you dey tell me.
I didn't tell you so. Madam, no concern if soup no day.
No concern you. Enjoy. Go enjoy the satana. Go enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
Enjoy the satana.
I hear you.
May I help you with something?
Yes.
Where are you coming from?
I'm coming for your leg at a check on Gulf Road. You know Lily Hotel?
Where you dey go?
I dey go Ekenwa Road.
And you no get transport fare?
I no get transport fare. Even though I get mercy here, even though I never take am.
I just surprised when you come meet me. I'm surprised you come meet me. See.
Na God say make I meet you, sir. Na God do am. I know say you must give me something. they go promote you more. We have been hearing of you for Isa Radio, and they go promote you more. God bless you.
Enjoy.
I don't suffer, not be small. On Posse, I guess sense.
Well, that is no good at all. Hey, now I make I join this business.
No, you know what this man? This is not my Chinese. That Nigerian Chinese guy. This is the only Benin man they speak Chinese.
You see, China make parable last 2 weeks. He said, "Chao la, chao la, chao chao ko dong ko ko yo la." You know the meaning? They said they don't already buy our property finish for Nigeria. Very soon, if you know less China, you know get where you see work.
Only talk to Chinese.
They tell you so. What did they tell you so? Very soon, we'll be a second slave to China if we not take time.
You shall talk to us how the situation of the country.
For the situation of the country, under kuku chinge ngondo. Mi yishi nyinge ngola. Kondo ko yongo. No tongo yongo. The more you look, the more you see, not be less again. The more you look, the more you see.
Wetin concern you concern hammer.
I just show my love. We'll see. I just show. Not the adjustment of Aru again. Not the adjustment. I just. Either you agree or you no agree. They borrow money. You say you know there. Anything concerning Nigeria and a storm that they stop by. I got do what go favor you. Issue. What's on your belly that they come out to? Nigeria know you affect you at all.
The money got to be not done, man. Salute for God, tell me not done, man. I don't go. Okay. How do you also know?
Bro, I don't get your number.
Man, give my number.
You get many things. I didn't pay you for long. I beg. I beg you.
Number 0080 080 55 40 73 59. Help me tell Nigerians make we be our brother's keeper. Chinese.
No. No be so we not like to be our brother keeper. Unless say our gospel don't spoil. To be a brother's keeper nowadays, your brother where you say you want being a keeper, he don't remove gospel come out for your back. So your code according to your materials, your size no dey market.
As people they watch us now, they feel say you know they okay.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
We must continue to thank God for our life. I sincerely sympathize with the families of people who be said they don't die. Untimely deaths don't kill so many innocent Nigerians. May their soul rest in peace. However, Nigerians, they call on the federal government of Nigeria. Make them sharply. Nigerians, they call on the Nigerian army. Nigerians, they call on the Nigerian police. Nigerians, they call on all the security apparatus for Nigeria. Make them wake up, because Nigerians are not smiling because of the way things can happen now for this our country. However, we must continue.
Waiting they happen.
Agree to. Money no they come from heaven. Do better till money go come. Now true word that they tell you so. Agree to now. Mommy, how are you? Everybody they holla. Good morning. Why una block the road? Why una block the road? Why una block the road?
Why we not go block the road? Why police decided to kill our members? The one way hungry, no kill. Now police come to kill them. Why we not go block road? Opera they suffer, where keke they suffer. Now police they kill them now.
What happen?
Nothing happen.
Wait, una block the road, abi una park the keke?
We block the road. We need justice.
You did that what happen?
Oh, not the night it happen. But eyewitness they say see what happen.
Now police station from the court, the commissioner of police and they come from so. I see your people that they go outside. But they say we can't really investigate the matter.
Okay.
The truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
What happen? The person die, be still there alive.
He die.
The keke rider don't die.
Yes, sir.
What happen?
Now one policeman yesterday night around 9 to 10 for Osumbolen. That keke rider, he won't go carry a wife with his family for where it is same market for Osumbolen. The man park. According to people who did deal, they say the man park. So now the policeman, the worker they come. Now he can with the leg go, you know carry motor, you know carry bike. Now leg they use you. Now he can say the man park for center of road. Now the man say how I park for center of road where barrow they pass, we barrow they pass there. Now from there, now he can tell us say make a park where. Now he say you don't already park where. See walk away the walk away where they there. Now from there they can change word. Now he come out the tear gas. I can spray for nose before you know the man fell down. Before people come they shout, make a come help. Before one of our brother come run go there, the man already give up. Before they all can go hospital. No still.
Now yeah, in for the impact with this the keke rider.
Yes.
One na chairman for na park sef.
All of them go straight.
No, what this man talk so na true. I been what you hear or what you see?
Na true be that, na true. And that man always they do am. They drink akai. Sometimes he go come here. He go enter drop. The policeman. He go enter drop. He carry reach your house for password. He carry 500 give you. If you see he talk too much, he go bring gun. Sometimes na dagger. He go say if you dey now. Now police.
Ogida police station.
No, they say I want to go.
But what the police officer can do for this side? They stay for this side.
And he used to enter our keke when he's going. So he used to enter here whenever he's going back home. So he usually trek when coming back. So I was so surprised to see the man decide to.
But the police officer they drink.
They drink.
Our new IG said they don't want to see any police officer when they drink.
This one always they drink. Day and night. They know the like a man.
He's even drunk yesterday night.
Now when we say your colleague don't die now, what do you want make government do now?
We want justice.
Justice. Make them sack the police officer or which justice. The dead body not go rise again.
Because
no, the dead body not go rise again.
No go rise, but we want justice from the government.
Which kind of justice?
Sometimes we dey hear public execution for this kind of matter. We no want may they put the person for sale later they will go and see him for street. We don't want it that way. Make government do the needful and warn the police say make they stop their brutality. It's no good. We don't like it. They don't treat us well, but police supposed to be our friend. But the way the police they treat masses is as if we are enemy to them. So we don't want that.
Nigeria police officers are supposed to protect life.
They're supposed to be our
But you know hear the way they talk the story, how it happen.
I hear everything. I hear how it happen. Like I was saying, Nigeria police officer supposed to protect life
and property.
Not to the destroy, not to the key. You understand? So I dey beg those state government, make them, even all these officers, if not to go carry them, go find out whether most of them no go training at all.
Okay. Make we do the other flip side. Wait, make I just ask people because we don't see them say Nigerian police now they be the nearest security officer to protect us. Yes. But what do you not like for police? What they do?
Number one, the brutality and oppression. The brutality of police is too much.
You not give the 200.
You understand? Just like yesterday when I was going to Saple Road, police blocked me close to that, what do you call, that roundabout. Yes. No, not 5 Junction. That roundabout where, for Saple Road, yes. He was saying this is what do you call Salah. I must settle and for Salah, saying we want to go Salah. Now tell us what is me? I'm a Christian. I know that if I settle you, who will settle my own?
That's why you don't like police.
Not be say why. That's why I don't like police.
Your children join police.
No.
Okay. Why you don't like police?
Okay.
No, what you don't like for police?
I know free talk say I don't like police. Police na our friend and they are there to protect life and property. What I don't like about them, that operation, forcing people to collect money, because it's happened to me in this road by August Street Junction. When they mount their red block there, as I drive my keke reach there, the next thing police say, man, I give her money. I say, okay, I no get money.
If you get opportunity to join police, you join.
Okay. I know sure they go join the way they see the police, the way they see. I know sure they go.
What you don't like for police?
Police.
Which I got it. They must give her money.
Oga, you see police, they do oppress people. They know they do their work. And many of them, they don't go training. Then pass back, put them. Not all of them, search them, sir. They are not going to training. Then pass back, enter. That's why the operation is too much for the next Nigeria.
Make your child.
God forbid. Go do waiting.
Times our Nigerian police need better reform. This guy now, if I ask a question now, what do you not like about police? Just the year what you want to talk. Police are your friend now.
No be nowadays. Now before. Me I dey come for somewhere like this now. Back where I be fly before I enter bus the Coring Road. I dey come for Sapele. So they first day for there in the evening. This morning they still dey there. As they say, I wear clothes, I dey dress well.
You do this guy.
One or two things.
Everything.
So I just call the notice. They can't stop my bike. So other bikes they pass where girls sit down, where women sit down. They just stop my bike, collect the bike man key. They start to search me. They say search yourself. I say, officer, see my back. Na power bank dey inside and other things. He say open now. I be the craze. All these one or two things. So Sapele for Idogbo side. Not on Idogbo. I don't forget the street. So I was like, okay. Man, no go at rush. The maid. They don't go say I no talk when I make a converse.
But anytime you see police, you dey fear.
Why I go fear? I don't carry any exhibit or anything.
But they suspect you.
They always suspect. They try to misunderstand me. So one or two things. So you just need to just remain calm.
But you like join police.
if my friend Papa be police, I go avoid that person.
Or you join EFCC.
I not there anyone.
Or DSS.
Not all of them are one.
Or vigilante.
All of them are one.
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello, good day, and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is, she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school. She didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon, so you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left, where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Furera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Furera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Furera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibiyoma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault. And going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for her health
or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes?
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, will I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with that? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. Basically, it's not her fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce? You know, for probably like you said, it could be domestic violence, sake. You know, it could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, I mean, they should be separated. They should stay apart, you know. Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infected with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, you know, that we have, you know, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is. As
what position?
As a pastor's wife, who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with the divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all, because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is,
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women. This has to do with family. Okay, if you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with that.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
There's a part where I agree with that.
Okay.
Because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. A mom will always want to advise her children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me, right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right?
Course.
Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband. And that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay. Behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman. And he said to me, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife. not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church
Trying to
her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such saying?
Well, you know, the thing is that you know, she might be, you know, talking in, you know, with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's to the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you know, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a grant for her to now peer up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably is a grant for her to now, you know, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
You know, so it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, you know, advising them on something that they should, you know, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so
yes.
A lot of Nigerians have. This has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is, and then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, that person, or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. But for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person, it's a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising
even to the
people not to, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the curse came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera said, she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her, we don't know.
Well, for me, I may say yes and no, okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be, it could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Cause is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. Like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, or we have a new dispensation now, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
Go ahead. For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man, it's not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this cause will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the cause.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the
it.
Muslim, you said the man goes to meet
the woman.
do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it
No,
not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you.
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, you know, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. You know, when you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, whom you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of, you know,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. And maybe there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, you know, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him and decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene. Was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife caused the husband already.
Okay.
Abandoning the children. Strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Okay. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases, it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please, stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, whoever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibiuma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or, you know, take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here.
Yeah.
What will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, you know, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of, you know, ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us Gift advice. Let's love ourselves.
Yes.
Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. What Give me one word.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa Ibom. I know you're from Akwa Ibom State, and I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa Ibom. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming onto this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. You tell them, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food. And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. I mean, there's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, you know, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Uremu-Giggles. Thank you for joining us today.
ITV, certainly the best.
A beautiful evening to you, and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. We begin with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has appointed former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Temitayo Ogundipe, as the new chairman of the governing board of the National Universities Commission, the NUC. Professor Ogundipe takes over from Emeritus Professor Olufemi Aino, who resigned from the position less than a year after his appointment. According to a statement by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, the 66-year-old academic brings decades of experience in university administration and research. A renowned professor of botany, Ogundipe previously served as Vice-Chancellor of the University of Lagos from 2017 to 2022 and currently holds the position of Pro-Chancellor at Redeemers University in Osun State. He is a fellow of several prestigious scientific bodies, including the Nigerian Academy of Science and the Royal Society of Biology in London. As chairman of the NUC Governing Board, Professor Ogundipe is expected to provide strategic leadership for Nigeria's university system with a focus on funding academic excellence, global competitiveness, and institutional stability. President Tinubu says the appointment aligns with his administration's renewed hope agenda to strengthen quality access and integrity in the nation's education sector. There was jubilation in Okada, the administrative headquarters of Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State, as residents gathered to celebrate the reopening of their newly renovated town hall. The extensive renovation was funded by the Esama of Benin and Patriarch of the House of Igbinedion, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion, whose intervention has restored the community landmark to its former glory. Pius Nsogo has more.
It was a moment of celebration as elders, women, youth, and other residents of Okada rolled out the drums to welcome the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbinedion. The occasion marked the official presentation of the newly refurbished Okada Town Hall, a facility originally built by the Esama several years ago, but which had gradually fallen into a state of disrepair. Following appeals from the community, the referred philanthropist provided the resources for its complete renovation, bringing renewed hope and pride to the people. Chairman of the community, Mr. Edosa, who supervised the renovation project, described the task as enormous and commended the Esama for his unwavering commitment to the development of Okada. The Odionwe and other community elders also expressed profound appreciation, noting that the first lift given to the hall will serve generations to come.
The house is now stronger and will last long. We came to inaugurate the hall which Esama has renovated for us. We are very happy. May God grant him long life.
He came to repair Okada. May he live long.
Responding, the Esama of Benin thanked the people for their warm reception and continued support over the years.
I want to bless someone here today.
In a surprise gesture, he presented a brand new Lexus vehicle to a respected community elder in recognition of his dedication and selfless service to the growth and progress of Okada.
The best day which I will never forget in my life because of what Chief Igbinedion has done for me, which is not expected. I didn't dream of it at all. I'm very, very happy.
The colorful event featured cultural performances by women groups and musical renditions by a physically challenged high-life artist from Okada who entertained guests with songs of praise. For the people of Okada, the renovated town hall stands not only as a symbol of community development, but also as another testament to the enduring generosity and legacy of the Esama of Benin. Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
An independent television and radio has been commended for its commitment to quality broadcasting and its contribution to societal development through effective information dissemination. The commendation was made when the Nigerian Society of Engineers, NSE, Oredo branch, paid a courtesy visit to the management of ITVN Radio at the station's corporate headquarters on Airport Road, Benin City. Ofuria Neto has details.
Leading the delegation, the chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Oedo branch, Engineer Chukwudi Mudiaga, said the visit was aimed at strengthening collaboration with ITVN Radio in the areas of youth mentorship and professional development. He noted that partnership would also help promote engineering as a viable career path among young people and create greater awareness of the activities of the branch. Engineer Mudiaga further used the opportunity to invite the management of ITVN Radio to the inauguration ceremony of the branch slated for June 26.
When you see us in primary schools, secondary schools, we are going to take turns to mentor these people. You're going to see a professor talking to them to say, okay, I'm a lecturer. If you want to be a lecturer in engineering, this is me. This is your future. You have to have a company. You say, okay, this is me, I'm a company owner. So that they know what to look at instead of seeing all the yahoos, people who sag the trousers.
Responding, the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, expressed appreciation for the visit and assured the association of the station's support in initiatives geared towards youth mentorship, career development, and the advancement of the engineering profession.
Your plans to do mentorship, we want to key into a very coordinated attempt to address, especially at the embryonic stage, when they are still in the secondary schools. But please, when you start this plan for the mentorship, just give us, we look for a way, our own contribution to having a Nigerian society.
Present during the visit were the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, Director, Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Deputy General Manager, Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs Department, Egosa Agbonlao, and other management staff. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
Some residents in Edo North have bemoaned the hardship they are facing due to the present economic situation and worsening insecurity. They called on government to put policies in place to alleviate the suffering. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Irunohai presents.
Speaking with news crew, some residents in Edo North Senatorial District say they are faced with untold hardship associated with current economic reality across the country. While traders say their businesses have nosedived following little or no patronage. Few buyers complain of high prices of goods and services. They call on government to urgently fix the economy so that socio-economic activities can bounce back.
You know they see money when they take food. Money no dey. First time they buy 30,000 before now. They say 57,000. We don't got money to buy. Help us, oh. Let government help us. We don't suffer, we don't hungry.
Others appeal to government and security agencies to address the menace of insecurity.
Life for Nigeria now is that we see many things. We see difficulty, something like bandit. We don't see that kind of thing before. Everywhere we can see some crimes. Many people are committing crimes because of they cannot meet up with their needs. We need effort to gather Nigeria together so that we can get one mouth. No, make sure say it's a very good country to stay.
What 10,000 I can afford for you before, now even 20,000 I can now afford it. We have a lot of challenges here and there. This war that is going on around us, these are the things that are affecting this world. Because when there's crisis in one part of the world, that thing affects the other part of the world.
From Auchi, the administrative headquarters of Isako West Local Government Area of Edo North, McDonald Irunohai, ITV News.
And still on the news, the conduct and outcome of the just concluded Ekiti State governorship election have continued to generate reactions among political stakeholders and analysts across the country. As discussions shift towards the implications of the poll for Nigeria's democratic process and the 2027 general elections, guests on the breakfast show this morning on ITV examined key issues surrounding the election, including allegations of electoral malpractice, vote buying, and the role of electoral institutions. Ehisu Namori has details.
From Benin, Comrade Fares, Dr. Dan Ehoriafo, and Comrade Esosa Omoregbe examined the conduct and outcome of the Ekiti governorship poll, citing a video allegedly showing voter cards being used by persons other than their rightful owners.
Nigerians are feeling so disenfranchised from the process. And the reason is not far-fetched. The reason is because the umpire INEC has continued to conduct very shameful sham of what they call elections.
You are an INEC official given the responsibility of protecting cards so that any day individuals need their cards, they can approach you and get this card. But the politician offers you some amount of money, you give the card to the individual.
Edo State Commissioner for Public Safety, Honorable Festus Abia, highlighted ongoing efforts by the Edo State government to tackle violent crimes, including the plan of establishing a special court by Governor Senator Monday Okpewolo for speedy prosecution of offenders.
The Edo State Security Corps had been mobilized to make sure they go around all the schools and put
physical money, security-wise. The governor had made it clear. Being involved in crime is not a way to live. It's not a way to make life. And it's not a way that will be allowed to fester in Edo State.
From Abuja, Sir A.K. Peters weighed in on the Ekiti governorship election outcome amidst reports of vote buying.
Every political party is supposed to have an accredited agent who represents that political party and the candidate of that political party in the polling unit.
While from Lagos, political analyst Chris Osose offered insight into the implication of the election for Nigeria's political landscape ahead of 2027.
Vote buying is actually a crime. Shamefully, such tactics has bastardized our election process.
From Benin, Ehis Ohunamure, ITV News.
And to other stories where those State Security Corps has arrested no fewer than 10 suspected criminals for various offenses at the weekend. The Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun said the Corps has zero tolerance for criminal activities in the state. Jonah Morowa was there.
According to the Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun, the offences varies from theft of factory engine from Isigbe Construction Company, alleged armed robbery, exploitation of a vulnerable victim at Ikoba Slope, POS fraud to motorcycle theft.
All the suspects will be handed over to the police. It is now our duty to follow up to see the end of the case. I've told the men that they should go and make statement to the police how the arrest was made, how they were contacted. And that is the role we continue to play so that we sanitize the state generally.
The Deputy Corps Commander said the suspects were arrested following intelligence report and have confessed their level of involvement in the crimes.
We confess pass Komoto as they come back. They come back and they go carry go keep for sit down so. They come back go carry am. Carry go keep for one side sit down.
What's the reason why you are lying here now?
This how many people you first tell me say one wrong one no see just now.
To me that one no wrong.
Tell me the same thing they do.
Yes.
One else they give a card.
And they give us card.
This bag now, not be you get them. And now as you carry the bag, now we be the car and they go. Oluku, you want to go sell them for them. Yes. So how many you don't carry give the man?
You don't reach 10. Go for go for Oluku.
10 bags. Okay. How much you say they sell them for them? 30,000, 25 for full bag.
According to Balogun, the suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation and prosecution. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
And to some business now, Disney and Pixar's Toy Story 5 has recorded the biggest opening weekend in its history of the animated franchise, generating more than $300 million worldwide. Released on June 19th, the latest installment follows Woody, Jessie, and Buzz Lightyear as they confront a new challenge in the form of modern technology. The film earned more than $160 million in North America and over $150 million internationally during its debut weekend. Industry analysts say the strong performance marks a significant turnaround for Disney and Pixar following a series of box office disappointments in recent years. With an estimated production budget of $250 million, the film is expected to comfortably surpass its break-even point if current momentum continues. The Toy Story franchise has generated more than $3 billion globally since the original film debuted in 1995, making it one of Pixar's most successful brands. And in entertainment, the body of American singer-songwriter Oliver Tree has been returned to his home state of California following last week's fatal helicopter crash in Brazil. Tree and 6 others lost their lives when 2 helicopters collided over Rio de Janeiro. In a statement posted on his official Instagram account, the musician's family said he can now finally rest. The family also announced plans to establish a charitable foundation in accordance with what they described as Tree's final wish. The organization, to be known as Dr. Oliver Tree's Extremely Epic Grant for Baby Geniuses, will support initiatives promoting creativity, art, and positive social impact. The family thanked fans around the world for their support and messages of condolence during what they described as an extremely difficult period. Oliver Tree rose to international prominence in 2016 through viral social media success and became known for his hit songs, including Life Goes On, Miss You, and Alien Boy. And on the foreign scene, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has announced his resignation as leader of the Labour Party and Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Starmer said he would remain in office until a successor is elected, ensuring a smooth transition of power. His resignation follows mounting pressure after Labour's poor performance in recent local elections and growing opposition from within the party. In a statement outside 10 Downing Street, Starmer described becoming Prime Minister as the proudest moment of his life and thanked supporters for their confidence. Labour politician Andy Brougham is widely seen as a leading contender to succeed him. The first round of negotiations between the United States and Iran aimed at reaching a final agreement to end the conflict has concluded with what both sides describe as encouraging progress. Patience Osaragiwa completes the report.
In a joint statement issued on Monday, mediators from Qatar and Pakistan announced that a high-level committee had agreed on a roadmap towards securing a final agreement within 60 days. Iranian Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi said the talks had achieved major progress toward ending hostilities, particularly in Lebanon. The discussions began on Sunday in Switzerland following last week's Memorandum of Understanding between the United States and Iran. Technical negotiations are expected to continue throughout the week. According to the mediators, both parties agreed to establish a communication mechanism aimed at preventing incidents and ensuring the safety passage of commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. The agreement also provides for the creation of a deconfliction mechanism involving the United States, Iran, and Lebanon to help end military operations in the region. Despite diplomatic progress, violence has continued in parts of Lebanon where clashes between Hezbollah and Israeli forces have resulted in casualties on both sides. The issue of Iran's nuclear program remains unresolved and is expected to be a key focus of future negotiations. The Strait of Hormuz, a strategic shipping route through which nearly 20% of the world's oil and natural gas supplies pass, remains essential to the discussions. Both sides have expressed cautious optimism, although significant challenges remain before a comprehensive peace agreement can be reached. Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
And now to the breathtaking world of sports, where Iran left a message saying, "May peace, respect and friendship prevail among all nations," following their World Cup group match against Belgium at Los Angeles Stadium. The handwritten note was left in their dressing room following a goalless draw in their second Group G game. Iran are competing at the World Cup, while their country and the United States, who are co-hosts along with Canada and Mexico, are in negotiations to end the war. The message made reference to an attack on a girls' school in Minab, where at least 168 people were killed on the first day of the war. Iran played their opening match, a 2-2 draw with New Zealand at Los Angeles Stadium, and will play their third and final group game against Egypt in Seattle on 27th June. And that report wraps it on ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igboje. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Owa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope. Yari
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ogba Masquerade Dance, acrobatic cultural dance, originated from the Gala people of Kogi State, Nigeria. Historically, this masquerade dance is used during the rites of passage as the masquerade display its energetic dance, which is deeply tied to ancestral veneration and serves as a vibrant expression of religious cultural heritage. This Ogba masquerade dance is viewed as manifestation of deities and ancestral spirits. The masquerade performance requires immense agility and strength, featuring rhythmic, well-rehearsed body movements that are guided by traditional drums and gongs for performance. This Ogba masquerade dance has evolved into a popular cultural exports showcased of festivals, burials of noble individuals and community events across various regions of Nigeria. The dancers typically wear brilliant, distinct attire to embody the spirit of the masquerade, while thrilling audience with their impressive footwork. For a closer look at the energetic footwork and traditional rhythms that makes up Ogba masquerade performance.
Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua seed. Ayo or Aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
RTV, certainly the best.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning to our esteemed viewers. It's another amazing Monday morning, and we're just ready to kickstart your morning, bringing you updates on all that's happening in our social spaces, our political scene, and even on security right here in Nigeria and even globally. This is This Morning on Independent Television, where we get to bring you fresh perspectives on these stories. I'm Chukwufumnanya Digwe, one of your anchors here in our Benin Center. And just to remind you, we do this across 3 centers: Benin here, Lagos, and of course, Abuja. Right here in the studio, joining me in Benin to host this show, I have the beautiful and very knowledgeable Anu Oluwapo Stephens. Good morning to you, Anu.
Good morning, Ify. How are you?
I'm great. How was your weekend, and how are you firing up?
Well, my weekend was amazing. It was a beautiful celebration yesterday. Just to, reiterate that we had the Father's Day celebration yesterday. There's always this saying that we don't get to celebrate men enough, and then women get to have plenty of days to celebrate. So I feel like yesterday's celebration was top-notch, and shout out to all the amazing and responsible fathers out there.
Indeed, shout out to all the amazing and responsible fathers out there. I did tell you we have Lagos and Abuja studios also standing by. In Abuja, Joseph Kadiri is joining us. Happy Father's Day to you, Joseph. And also, we have Patricia Gabriels right there in Lagos. But first, you, Joseph, good morning and happy Father's Day, I'll say.
Well, thank you, I'll say, and to other fathers out there, we say a very, very beautiful celebration. You know what it is to be a father. You have to be responsible, for your family, and of course we all need your prayers. Fathers need the prayers of their family members, children, wives, to actually put the necessary things on the table, the bills of kids and the ones that are always unending coming from our wives. Those bills are unending. But what do? We are coping. Patricia, good morning to you. Good morning, Nigerians, and welcome to TMI. It promises to be very, very interesting, only if you stay with us. Just before we go to Lagos, it's a beautiful thing that the prices of crude oil is actually coming down, hovering between $75 and $78 per barrel. And this means that in the coming days, we hope to see that reflected in the pump price.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joseph, for that business clue there on what's happening in the petroleum sector right here in Nigeria. Patricia Gabriels, you look radiant. Good morning to you. How's Lagos this morning?
Good morning. Good morning, Joseph. Lagos, it's been raining all the days. Some parts of Lagos is flooded. We're struggling to, pass through them. Some parts, like on the island, some residents are locked up in homes. But anyway, before I go further, I want to say Happy Father's Day to Joseph and all the responsible men. Honestly, we have to say men, because some men are not responsible to be called father. I'm sorry, that's my opinion about some men. Anyway, from Lagos, we'll be looking at the just concluded Ekiti governorship election and what the lesson will be for the 2027 general elections. Chukwufunanya.
Pat, for the insight there. Now, before I let you both go, something that's been at the forefront of a lot of conversations in a lot of social spaces and even online is the NDC's anti-defection oath. They've come out with an indemnity form to say, if you win an election under the party's umbrella, guess what? You're not cross-carpeting, you're not defecting, and if you do that, you happen to forfeit your seat, the position that you're holding under the NDC's umbrella. Before I get your insights in Lagos and Abuja, right here at home, Oluwapo Stevens, the NDC's anti-defection oath. What's public perception and what are the details about this?
Well, a lot of persons, especially here in Nigeria, got shocked last week Tuesday when we saw the news emanate from the NDC National, Convention Working Committee, where they say that they have come out to issue an oath of, realize an oath of allegiance, really, indemnity form, where persons going for elective positions in the 2027 general election would have to sign in that form. And what does that mean? It means that if you defect to another political party after winning on the platform of the NDC, you are going to vacate your seat. Now, a lot of persons have reacted to this and calling it, well, a particular person actually called it dubious, the way in which, the NDC is trying to perhaps lock in all of their, politicians moving forward. And it's raised the questions about freedom of association and if it's even constitutionally, holding right here in Nigeria. So I've talked about constitutionality, freedom of association, party discipline versus individual mandate, and enforceability. How are they going to enforce this is also another question. Now, mind you, I'm going to land on this note that the NDC is, I feel like it's the baby political party right here in Nigeria, because we saw how it did come on board to, towards the 2027 general election, as we're looking forward to that. And a lot of persons currently in that party, in one way or the other, defected from all the political parties like the APC, the PDP, and I could go on, even the ADC. So why are they trying to, cook this up? Of course, we've seen a gale of defection so far in our political terrain in Nigeria, but this actually raises a lot of questions, and only, the party chieftains can provide a necessary answer to this.
All right, thank you so much, Anu, for your analysis there. Now, let's turn to Joseph Kadiri in Abuja. The NDC has come out with an anti-defection oath. What do you make of this?
Well, that for me is a welcome development, because we are going to have in future politicians that will actually be in politics with ideas, because every political party has its own ideas on how they intend to run the affairs of the government of the country. And so if NDC is saying, if you are part of us, you are really going to remain with us, especially if you win an elected position, especially if you win an elected position. That means the governor will remain as a governor. The day you jump, you know, the political jumpology has been with us for a long time now, and it appears it's never going to come to an end. But what NDC is doing, if it sees the light of the day, it will reduce it to an extent. However, the Constitution of the country supersedes every other law, just as the Electoral Act supersedes parties' rules and regulation. If you have an Electoral Act that says you can move from one party to another when the party is in crisis, when there is an issue going on that seems there's no way out, you can actually move from that party to another. How do you reconcile this aspect of the Electoral Act and the oath or regulation of NDC? So to an extent, there is always going to be a way that will enable politicians to move whenever they want to move. And they do that and tell you, go to court. And when someone tells you go to court, the person has already perfected plans to ensure that his decision is not reversed. So it's a good thing. I like it. I support it. But I do not think it will stand the test of time. So they should better look for another way to ensure that members of their party remain in the party.
All right, Joseph. Well, I feel like party defections, cross-carpeting is one thing that characterizes Nigeria's political sphere. We've seen that a whole lot. And, you know, maybe this is a way for the NDC to begin curbing that menace. But, Patricia, are you of that light? Do you think so?
Well, for me, just like David, is a way to go. I mean, because this the cross-carpeting, it's actually becoming too. It's not as I said about, because it looks like if you don't win a political office in a particular party, you could cross-carpet to another party. It means there's no ideology. You know, our politicians don't even have ideology on what they want to come and do when they win the offices. They just want to win and be there. So for me, the new oath from NDC is the way to go in Nigeria. But unfortunately, just like David said, it might not see the day light. I don't know. I hope it does, because that will curb the politicians from cross-carpeting.
All right, defections, cross-carpeting, and all of that. It's really something. Anu, you seem to have something to contribute.
Absolutely. I would also just love to add my own 2 cents by saying even the chairman of the NDC, Timmy Perez-Silva, was once one of the big chieftains in the People's Democratic Party.
Okay.
Now, why did he leave? He had to leave because of the political turmoil and shenanigans they have been experiencing so far in the PDP, and went ahead to form his own political parties. So them having this, would it see the light of the day is another big question, but I don't think it's really the way to go. Politicians and a lot of persons have the right, the freedom of, you know, movement to go to whatever party that deems fit for them. We'll see that happen over time. I feel like there's no politician in Nigeria who hasn't defected to one party or another from top to bottom. I think it's just the Nigeria political, you know, system that we get to see every time.
A lot of public opinions, Anu, have translated what happened with the Labour Party in the 2023 election elections, you know, having Peter Obi as the flag bearer, and a lot of people now, you know, vying for positions under that umbrella, and at the end of the day just moving away from the party or vying for positions under that umbrella because they know that people are going to throw their weight behind the party in any election that is put forward because of the name Peter Obi. Do you think that this is one of the motives, you know, that the NDC is trying to curtail?
Yes, it is. But then again, you just cannot change how, you know, the system has been operating since 1993, if I'm to put it that way, in just a moment. So then again, enforceability is also another big question. How would they even be able to enforce it is the big question. So we're looking forward to it. I think the NDC should even start with winning the elective seats in Nigeria first. Right, before we can start talking about trying to, you know, nip all of the politicians in the NDC and not moving to another political party.
I'll take a leaf from what you said there. I feel like they should be putting themselves together for 2027 instead of distracting themselves with all of these anti-defection oath shenanigans.
Absolutely, because I feel like it's a bit of overconfidence, if you ask me, because you haven't even won any elective seats, and then you're talking about trying to, you know, ensure that persons do not defect to another party. So let them start from that place first, and then we'll move over to, you know, other basic conversation.
I'll say you're right. Anyway, you're still tuned into This Morning on ITV. We have a lot more to unpack. Up next is our newspaper review segment, where we bring you the national dailies, the headlines of the national dailies, and also analysis that are shaping them. Don't go away. Welcome back, and if you're just joining in, this is This Morning on ITV TMI on the ITV network. And we're joined in the studio right here in Benin by Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun. Good morning to you. How was your weekend?
Awesome, and it's always a delight to be on the show with you guys. I mean, looking at the weekend specifically, is about the Ekiti State governorship election, all the shenanigans that we have in our political space that keep making us to ask the question, when will we get there? Especially when you look at it from the perspective of vote buying, and then something quite interesting that played out. Voters' cards that were not picked up were deployed for that election. You find party agents who bring these cards and then hand them over to unsuspecting members of the public. Well, should we even call them unsuspecting members of the public? I think those who got involved knew exactly what they were doing. They give them the voter's card, give them 20,000 naira allegedly, and then they go and vote. And you look at the total number of registered voters in that election, about 1 million. And then you look at the number of actual votes, maybe around a little under 400,000, thereabout. So when you look at that, you know, it brings to question the issue of voter apathy. It brings to question the issue of the marginal difference between actual number of registered voters and then the actual people that come out to vote. I heard somebody say something this morning on the sister radio station that when you don't come out to vote in an election, whoever emerges for that duration of the tenure of 4 years, whether the person is doing well or not, you are part of the process, right? Because you didn't seize that opportunity to make a bold statement on how you want the direction of the state to go or the direction of the country to go. So that seems to be the challenge that we have. And then you have the NDC coming up with the anti-defection oath. I think that was a good one, because that was the reason why the Labour Party died a natural death. Yeah, because the Labour Party was very strong, was popular, was a movement, and people were buying into it. But, like someone said, those who got elected under the platform of the Labour Party, they didn't even get to Okene before they threw their party cards away and moved into the ruling party. So today, what do we have? That party is gone. So if NDC is able to leverage on those mistakes to correct them, I think that's something commendable.
All right, I think we'll look more into that as the show progresses, but you forgot something.
Yeah.
And I think I'll join my voice with Anu's voice when I say Happy Father's Day to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, big kudos to you and every responsible father out there.
Thank you. So there are responsible ones and there are irresponsible ones.
Deadbeat.
Deadbeat, that's the word. Anyway, that's on a lighter note. And now we'll move on to the next segment of this program, which happens to be the newspaper review segment. We'll take a look at the headlines of our national dailies now, with our first point of call being First Daily. A major headline there says Serap gives Akpabio Abbas 7 days to refund 110 billion naira. Another headline there, which is the major headline on that paper, says Nigeria bleeds, 842 killed, 279 abducted in 1 month. Also on First Daily, it headlines Yaga Africa estimates Ekiti governorship poll turnouts below 39%. Another headline there, troops arrest 3 female ISWAP collaborators in Borno State. I want us to look a little bit at these stories on the headlines before we move on to the next paper. Dr. Sonny Duke.
Yeah, I mean, the Young Africa, summed up the outcome of that is the state governorship election in terms of the participation of the electorate below 37% or 39% or thereabout. That's definitely very poor. And I think the major talking point there is on the insecurity situation in the country, number of people killed, number of people, injured and all of that. And to be honest with you, this challenge is going to continue for a long time to come. It's not going to stop anytime soon, except the authorities in charge do the needful. You don't pamper criminals. You don't give them tea and bread. You don't engagement in some of these things that we're doing. You've got to be decisive. I think I heard the president of one of these South American countries, El Salvador or so, a few days ago on a video that what he did was to go frontal. In Mexico, where the cartels have been running rampage, the government went frontal. And if you go down the history lane, you'll find instances where even countries like the United States were, at its lowest ebb with some of this criminal gang taking toll on the country leadership went frontal and very, very decisive. That's the only language criminals understand. Look at what happened in Edo State. That's why we must commend the Edo State governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo. Under his leadership, a few days ago, we saw a woman that was kidnapped, right? With less than 24 hours or 48 hours, those guys were arrested. And that's some of the benefit of social media. From what is available, the vehicle that was used was splashed all over social media. And then the security agents now looked out for, this vehicle. And before you know what's happening, one person was arrested. And before you know it, the other 2 or 3 were also picked up. That's leadership. And the governor has come out to say, look, we're expecting the Under Commissioner for Public Safety to be here to speak to us on some of the action being taken to drive home this one. So let's hope when it comes, we can talk more about that.
Definitely.
Absolutely. Now we turn our attention over to the Daily Sun newspaper, leading with Orirere abduction. It says, hope rises for abducted pupils, teachers. Subwriter says, security operatives in Circle Forest step up rescue efforts. Abdul Salami mobilizes Nigerians against terrorism. Details on this on page 6 of the Daily Sun this morning. And also, flood windstorm destroys shops, farmlands in Ebonyi on page 29. Dr. Sani Okosu, Oriri abduction has entered day 37, if I'm not mistaken, and we're still talking about hope, renewed hope.
Yeah, because that kind of action is different from what happened in Edo State. The action in Edo State, or the kidnapping in Edo State, gang of robbers who are just trying to see how they can build, a business line, a criminal business line. Because the guy who owns the Lexus that was used was also kidnapped, and then he paid ransom.
Oh.
Yeah, and then they told him that they are going to make his vehicle available within the next few days. The guy said that happened almost about 2 months ago. And then the kidnappers went ahead and changed the color of that Lexus. That Lexus originally wasn't red, it was gray. But the guy said immediately he saw that video on social media, he knew that was his vehicle. And then after that, then they went after another lady, all right? But you saw how that was nipped in the bud. But this other part is ideologically driven. Is ideologically driven. And that's because these are people who are sold out to their own religion, and they use it as a platform to drive their ideology, to drive their agenda. They went after those children, hoping they can use them as a bait to get their people released. Unfortunately, they've been encircled in a forest. No exit points, because all the exit points, according to Governor Makinde, they've all been blocked. Attempts to rescue those children in time past was met with heavy gunfire. We heard some soldiers who lost their lives. So that's why it's a very, very dicey situation. But I think with more pressure and engagement like they are doing, those children and the teachers will be released ultimately. We look forward to that.
Absolutely. We do. Thank you so much, Dr. Sonny Duke. Now for our final point of call in the newspaper review segments, we'll look at This Day newspaper. This Day newspaper headlines on the foreign scene. Trump says Starmer will resign as UK Prime Minister considers future. Also on this day, presidency lists Tinubu's milestones, says Federation revenue rose from 12 trillion naira to 21 trillion naira. Also on this day, Tinubu, Oyebanji's re-election, clear votes of confidence in continuity, stability and development. Well, those are the headlines on This Day newspaper. Anything to add?
I couldn't have expected Mr. President to say anything less, or to praise the governor and also commend INEC, as it were. And the unfortunate thing is that in our electoral process, people don't really participate as they should to ensure that the ideal person who can make a change comes on board. And then, of course, you have this structure and system where all of this goes on unabated, and you just wonder when all of this is going to change. I don't see that happening. In fact, the 2027 election, what we're saying now is a script which they started putting out there from their primaries. Don't forget that it's not just the Ekiti State governorship election that took place last weekend. There were by-elections. Right. And in all the by-elections, the ruling party won. I think in one of the states, I can't remember where, Anambra State or so, where a sitting House of Assembly, or a sitting legislator, let me put it that way, his younger brother was involved in violence where someone was allegedly killed. I mean, soldiers arrested them and all of that. That's the level of desperation that we have seen in this country. And so when things go in this direction, it gives you an opportunity to make an extrapolation on what's going to happen in 2027.
Thank you, Dr. Sonny Duke. Well, it's still TMI on independent television. Up next is our discussion segment, which is the most consequential aspect of this program. We'll be discussing Ekiti 2026, the conduct, the outcomes, and what it foretells for the 2027 elections. To spearhead this conversation is Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun. A lot to unpack there. Don't go away.
Many thanks again for joining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Of course, yesterday, Abiodun Yebanji, the governor of Ekiti State, was re-elected for a second term. And according to the returning officer of the election, Professor Adenike Oladichi, Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Technology, announced the result in the as of yesterday, declaring Oyebanji the winner with a total of 319,222 votes to defeat his closest rivals in the contest conducted across 16 local government areas. Of course, the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Oluwole Oluyede, scored 40,543 votes, while Dare Brejide of the African Democratic Congress polled 12,872 votes. There were over 10 candidates and political parties that participated in Saturday's Ekiti State governorship election, but we just highlighted the top three: APC, PDP, and of course ADCM. To join us to look at this outcome, the outcome of the election, the conduct and projections for 2027, let me welcome our guest reviewer, Dr. Daniel Harifo, an associate professor of mass communication. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
We also have with us here Fares Okberi. Honorable Fares Okberi is now a chieftain of the ADC. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you for having me, sir.
Esosa Omoegbe is expected to be here. We hope he gets here on time for us to review all that transpired in Saturday's election. Let me start with you, Fares. The results went in the direction most people expected, because according to some, Oyebanji did well and he deserves a second term, and that's what this result obviously has shown. But it's clear that in a state where you have over 1 million registered voters, or about 1 million registered voters, and you look at the total number of people that produced the governor, there are questions to ask about Nigerians' attitude towards election, because this has become a recurring decimal.
Well, it's not just about Nigerians' attitude towards elections. It's the credibility of the process that determines whether people want to get involved. I mean, it's not about these elections, it's about the elections before. Even the elections of 2020, the last elections, and coming from maybe like since 1999, Nigerians have consistently lost interest in coming out to vote. I'm not sure that we've had in the last 5 election cycles that we've had maybe 50% turnout of elections. In 2023, it was so bad that it was around 20-something%. So that tells you that Nigerians are feeling so disenfranchised from the process. And the reason is not far-fetched. The reason is because the umpire, INEC, has continued to conduct very shameful sham of what they call elections. You know, look at the Ekiti elections. I mean, it's still the same story of vote buying, intimidation, false results announcements, inducement of voters, talks, snatching ballot boxes. You know, it goes to some areas where people are not allowed to vote. And when people see these things every time, they lose interest in the process. And that's why we are where we are today. Because when you have an electoral system that the people's voice is not heard through the ballots, it puts you in a place where your country will continue to go down, because you are not able to elect the right people that will bring change. Those in government do not feel that they can be removed from government because the electoral umpire has taken side, and that's what we are saying today. It will take Nigerians to stand up and say our voices must be heard before we have this system that will change. Because right now we have an INEC that has colluded with the APC to continue to manufacture very shameful and disgraceful results everywhere they conduct elections, because people are celebrating on social media now. They got 15,000 naira each from the APC as for their votes, and these are done. It's not like they do it before they come to the field. They do it right in the full glare of the security agencies, right in the full glare of INEC. And when you have this kind of system, you have this kind of system, and you still produce results, it means that we have to embrace a complete system reset to have an electoral body that can give us a truly independent electoral body that can give us results that Nigerians can be proud of. In that way, Nigerians start to come up.
All right. Yaga Africa has specifically said the turnout for this election is under 39%. Isn't that something we should worry about going into 2027?
Building on what Mr. Honorable Okpere has said, you are not going to get anything different. I doubt even at the national level for the 2027 elections, we are going to get up to 30%. Don't forget that the poverty level is very high now. Insecurity is biting hard on us as a people. And the level of frustration with the system is very high. When you bring all this together, it's difficult for you to ask somebody to come and vote for somebody who will change his course when he's thinking of how to survive or what to eat. Generally, we're at a point in our national life where we need to sit and ask ourselves questions. Whether those in the political class, those in the religious class, those who are just ordinary citizens. If we don't sit down to really talk and say, come, how did we get to this level? We need to redirect our thinking. The situation will get worse, and we'll get to a level where fear will become the order of the day. So the key to reviving people to vote in election, beyond voter education, publicity announcement that people should come out and vote, people must have faith in the system. And the basis of having faith in the system is that those who have been given the responsibility of governance, they need to come back to their responsibility. What you find now is that people don't know what it means to be responsible in leadership position. Yes, you can see the dress talk, people come out, media, cameramen are all over the place, speeches are made, but after the speeches, nothing is done. So, if you build on our trajectory in terms of our democratic experience from 1999 to date, at the point you ask yourself, are we making progress or we are going backward? So that is the simple reason why people don't show interest. One of the other things you also notice about our elections is that if it is your tribal man that is on the ballot, the level of mobilization from his tribesmen will be very high. But if it's from somebody from another tribe, you say, well, it's their own, it's not our elections. That is the attitude you find with the electorates in Nigeria. So if Yaga gives you the data that only 37%, it tells you that even Ekiti tried to have 37% turnout in a governorship election. I don't think that of Edo was up to 39%. I think around 31% or so. So these are the issues. People don't have interest in the electoral process because the managers of the system are not living up to expectations.
The issue of voter apathy has continued to be a recurring decimal. You look at the number of voters, I mean, then you compare it with the number of people who actually registered for the election, and the margin is getting wider by the day. But in this particular election, I saw a video, even though I wasn't able to independently verify some of those videos, where people were giving voters' cards to people to vote. And there's also, you know, a story making the round how some card-carrying members of the ruling party were seen with INEC observers' vests. I mean, that's in the public space. I want to get a reaction to that.
You know, that's what I said before. I said we have a system where the independent National Electoral Body, who is supposed to be truly independent, who is supposed to represent a truly independent system from the government, has already taken side with the APC. That's why we have come to this very disgraceful level where you see members of the ruling party putting on observer tags, observer tags, I mean observer vest, you know, you can have observers in the elections, but they are not supposed to be members of any of the political parties. The political party can have their observers and their agents, but you having observer vests that are meant for independent observers, they are being worn by the APC members, shows that INEC is not a branch of the APC. That is fact. And we've seen a decline in the quality of elections. Not that we've had very great elections in Nigeria, but I mean, we've seen a very drastic decline under this current administration, because the President Tinubu, you know, because of his very poor records, because he has not done well as a president, he's afraid of losing 2027, and in response to that, he has weakened the electoral system so that he can take advantage. If you see the electoral act that was passed, he has passed that electoral act in less than 24 hours. He passed the electoral act just to be able to circumvent the process. He has put in loopholes that can be used. It's so bad that you will have something like you cannot go to court to challenge somebody who gives INEC false documents. You can't even go to court to challenge that person's victory anymore. So, I mean, that's just one of the many very shameful clauses that they've added into the new Electoral Act. All of it is designed to favor a president that has done nothing but plunge Nigerians into mass poverty. Now, Buhari was not, if you go back to the previous administration, Buhari was not a saint to say, but in terms of elections, in terms of having something close to a honest election, you can say that Buhari, you can point to elections that was conducted under Buhari that were still elections that you can say, okay, these elections were good. For example, in Edo 2020, you can say, I mean, the election was good. Buhari was in APC, PDP won the state. It was a clear election. Even the loser, then Pastor Sageze Abu, did not challenge the election itself. He challenged the certificate of the then sitting governor. That's to tell you how clean the election was. Then you can also go back to the election that was conducted in Semedo in 2012 under President Goodluck Jonathan, whereby Adams Oshomole got his re-election. It was a very clean election. A very clean election. We've had 100% perfect election, but what we are seeing under President Tinubu is nothing but a sham. And it is so bad because this is a president who was seen, I mean, if he was not president there, or if he has not entered government, they would have said, oh, if he was, this is somebody who would have brought democratic changes to the country because of his days in the democratic struggle. But to now see that under his watch, democracy is at the verge of collapsing in Nigeria because we are gradually slipping into a one-party state. And the good thing about that one, whether good or bad to it, is that those who have been supporting it in the National Assembly, in the state assemblies, in the APC, in the party, many of them now they've received their own baptism of fire through the APC primaries that was conducted, because there were no primaries. Till today, the APC is unable to even release the list of senatorial candidates in many of the states because of what they call a very shameful sham that they call primaries. And all of it is still connected to where we have people not interested in coming out to participate in the process anymore. And we'll continue to have it until we have a system that continually purifies the system for us so that Nigerians can be interested again.
All right, Prof. Yeah, I know you're eager to say something, but I'm seeing the videos where we're seeing a lot of security presence, and then in broad daylight, a man carries a stack of voters' cards, and he distributes those cards, you know, not to one person, not to two persons, hundreds of people, you know, sitting down, and then they move to go and vote. In the daylight, broad daylight, everybody's watching.
Well, I will start by saying Okwere should not label the APC as only the aggressor in matters of this nature. All parties are involved. You see, our experience as a nation is that those who are not in power can sit and condemn others. The reality is that there is always a struggle for these uncollected cards among politicians and their relationship with INEC officials. These cards were in INEC vote. Somebody approached an INEC official and said, can we have card for so place? The INEC official released these cards. Secondly, when they actually get to the polling unit, our expectation is that because you are not the owner of the card, when you put your fingerprint, your biometrics are supposed to come out. In this case, the INEC officials, those conducting the election on the field, they would have been briefed that as far as the person has a card, whether the fingerprints are out or not, just allow the person to vote. There is a criminality in almost every one of us, because the picture that is the president or the senator is not the one on the field who ought to say, this card is not yours. These are young men who understand what it means to have a future for themselves. But they refuse to make a name for themselves because they have been briefed that any card they bring, accept it. And the young man since that calculating, and after the election I will get 100,000. I will allow them vote. It's not my father's business. Is it the president that is asking such people to do that? I will not want us to lay the blame on the doorstep of the president. It's a problem with all of us about values. We don't want to do what is right. It's a fundamental issue about this country. You are an INEC official given the responsibility of protecting cards so that any day individuals need their cards, they can approach you and get this card. But the politician offers you some amount of money, you give the card to the individual. When the actual owner will come to look for this card, they will tell you, maybe they have not printed it. We are still searching. You keep searching and searching, you will not find the card because somebody has sold it to a politician. After that election, the politician will go back and collect the cards from the individuals and keep them for the next election, because that is his own negotiating power with his party structure, that I delivered 3,000 votes, 4,000 votes. What did you bring to the table? As if he indeed mobilized the people. These are the things they do. Politicians cannot shy away from this. Those who understand how the game is played will know that this is a fact. But the question is, the politician that approached the INEC official, how much was he or she offered that prompted him or her to offer those number of cards to the politician? You still go back to the issue about value. Yeah, I will give you 500,000. I will give you 300,000. Okay, each card I will give you 10,000. He calculates the number of cards, and that is big money for him or her. That is the reason why they are doing all of that. So, the emphasis should be on how did we get to this level where people see what is right, they turn their eyes the other way and do the wrong thing, expecting this society to change. Whether you have a state as president, if this is still common with INEC officials, policemen, security agencies, the same story will continue to be told about the way we conduct elections, about our national life. It's about values. Look at the level of security presence. I saw some videos where in some areas, the voters chased the EFCC officials that came to curb the issue of vote buying, because the poor people felt, this is the opportunity we have to collect the money. They are telling us that they should not do vote buying. So I want you to look at that perspective. Is it the government that is saying, chase the EFCC away?
The people decided to do that.
The people decided to do that
they can get their own
so
share.
that they can get their own share of the money. It is a cycle. So for me, the challenge is about our loss in values. People don't know what it means to say no. I will not do this. I want to do what is right. You recall the other election that brought the current governor of that state, where the INEC, the returning officer, was under pressure to announce a contrary party. And the woman said, no, I will not do that. She kept saying, she insisted, she stood her ground, even under intense pressure. Those are the type of people that you can put in position and expect the type of change he is advocating for. If it's this still open affair, everybody is recruited, nothing is going to change. I'll just take a little aside. When you see young men say they want to join Edo State security force or vigilante force or Edo State security network, some of them already have the mentality that they want to go to the road and be collecting a Guje, not because they want to really serve. It's the same attitude. People just feel every avenue you have, you must make money, not about service. That's the problem with the country. So the way out of this, maybe when you have leaders who are selfless, is when the right value orientation will come back to us. This same attitude you have with the set of people you have in leadership, where people don't care, our sense of humanity is being lost. You cannot preach value. You cannot say people should not collect money when the poverty level is high. When people are just saying this is the opportunity they have. For some people, it's every election they become millionaires. They wait for the next election and be strategizing, fraternizing with the INEC officials on how to get these same cards for their benefit. Who is going to do the change?
If you just join us, State TMI on the ITV network, looking at the just concluded Ekiti State governorship election, the conduct, and of course the outcome, and then projections for 2027. Looking at the other side, apart from the result that has been announced by INEC, all the issues we've always known as irregularities with the electoral process, they are still very much there. You're talking about vote buying, voters inducement, violence in snatching of ballot boxes, and all of that is still very much there. So what does the future holds for us? Just like Dr. Dan said a while ago, is a big question, especially as we move towards 2027, where a major storm is brewing. The possibility of political parties who are major contenders for 2027 being deregistered. Last week, Monday, we have a judgment or an order of the Federal High Court in Abuja declaring the deregistration of some political parties, the ADC, the Action People's Alliance, APA, then you have the Action Alliance, and then you have the Zenith Labour Party. But the appeal court has since given a stay of execution. But if you're familiar with our judiciary and our political development, you know that this may just go on and on and on. Let's quickly talk about that. Fares Okberry, deregistration of political party. We've gotten to the stage of a state of execution, but that's not the end of the road. This may likely go on to the Supreme Court. Quickly.
Yes, it forms part of the rot in the system that we're talking about, because, I mean, the judiciary, with all due respect to the judiciary in Nigeria, we've seen a consistent decline in the quality of judgments that come out from the judiciary in the last few years, and it shows that you know, political and vested interests have completely hijacked the Nigerian judicial system, and that's why we see all this kind of laughable judgments that come out that make absolutely no sense. I mean, the one that deregisters the parties is even more embarrassing to us as a nation, because there's been a judgment on that matter that asks the judge not to even go ahead with that judgment, and as usual, with all the arrogance within the system, the judge chooses to ignore it and go ahead to pronounce a judgment that everybody sees as something that is out of the playbook of the APC. And you see, one thing that we don't fail to understand is that most of the countries that have failed, if you go to Somalia and some other countries that failed, and back then Yugoslavia and all of that, you see that it is this similar path that we are treading today that those countries tread. For example, in Somalia, Somalia was a tribal nation before, but gradually they allowed corruption, they allowed the weakening of the judiciary and all of that to creep into the country, and before you know it, it was a failed state. Insecurity engulfed the country, and today Somalia is still a failed state. Nigeria, we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. The countries with the strongest judiciary in the world today are the countries that are thriving. The countries that have the strongest judiciary are those thriving today. You must fix your judiciary. You must have people believe that they can have justice.
Okay.
Because in a society where there's no justice, then it's a road to chaos.
Let me pause it there, Fares. We'll quickly bring a guest to join the conversation before we bring it to a close. Cesar Morgba is the chieftain of the APC. We'll take a break. We'll be back with us. We'll be back with you in just a moment on TMI. Don't go away. Cesar Morgba is the chieftain of the APC, is joining this conversation. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure you were encumbed by the flood, the rains, and all of that. And these are supposed to be in place within the state which your party is governing. But that's a matter for another day. The election is come and gone. The APC governor re-elected for a second term. But the undercurrents are still there. Vote buying, manipulation of the process, and all of that. What's your take?
Well, it was a good acting for the APC. The incumbent governor won overwhelmingly. Ekiti has 16 local governments, and the incumbent governor, Oyebanji, won one of the 16 local governments.
So it was 16 over 16.
16 over 16, and that was a very good outing. There were about 300 and something, just below 400,000 accredited voters, and Oyebanji scored 319,224 votes. Then the remaining parties, the opposition, they just shared the other votes among themselves. And the closest, surprisingly, was the PDP. And the candidates scored about 40,000. And the ADC that is making noise here and there, they got about 10,000 plus. What that shows is that the opposition is still very much deciding going into 2027. Once we get to 2027 and they lose woefully, they shouldn't cry, that they lost, because they've not been able to come together. They are fragmented, they have issues within themselves. That notwithstanding, all other issues that are still the undercurrent in our political system, the vote buying, the intimidation, I will call on the various authorities involved to try and put all of these things.
You brought that the vote buying issue, like we saw, was mostly the handiwork of your party members.
That is not correct. I think the issue of vote buying cut across board. I've had the opportunity to be in other political parties. I've also been in the field. I can't tell you, categorically that vote buying cut across board. There is hunger in the land. That's the truth of the matter. People will naturally come and meet you to sell their votes. You understand what I'm saying? They are not coming like, what are you going to do?
Is this a strategy of the APC to weaponize hunger so the people can come to them to willingly sell their votes?
Not at all. I was not on ground, and I have not heard any report that APC people were caught buying votes. So it is not an issue of the APC. What I'm trying to say is this, that if there is an issue of vote buying in our electoral system, it is not peculiar to one political party, but it cuts across the board.
All right, Dr. Tam, maybe you can just breathe a little bit on this conversation, and then the issue of deregistration of political parties, before we call it a wrap.
Before a case is brought before the court, people would have motivated the action. So, the issue was brought before the court. The justice, as they say, is blind. The judge will look at the facts of the matter before giving a ruling. It's true that Mr. Okpere is a member of the ADC, and if his party is affected by this judgment, you don't expect him to be happy. But the truth is that a group of people brought the issue to the court. that the law says if a party over time does not win an electoral position, that party should be deregistered. It's what the law says. It's not the making of the judge. So those who decide to activate the issue now are those wise men, maybe in the ruling party or whichever party, who decide to capitalize on that loophole to do or to undo those who are warming up to make a difference. But the only thing I will look, the second perspective I will look at this issue is that, considering the fact that some persons who were elected on the platform of a political party have become to this party, will you still say they don't have elected representatives? That is the only thing I look at in the judgment. But the judgment is based on law. It's not left for the political parties to appeal the judgment to correct this abnormally. I think the natural fear is that elections are coming, considering the fact that big wigs have become to these political parties with the hope that they can secure electoral position, and this judgment has been given. The natural fear is that politicians who are contractors, who are businessmen, will start having a second thought that we cannot stay here. They will now start looking for another party to report to so that they can get their future secured. So let the parties who are involved in this case go to the appeal court to challenge the judgment. Okay. I will not say it's the hard work of the ruling party motivating the judge. The judge has a name for himself or herself. Yeah. So he gave the judgment based on the facts of the law. If the parties are not satisfied, it should be challenged. I think the only thing we will be looking at is, considering the state of our national life, elections are just by the corner. Is it sensitive enough to give such a judgment at this time? That is the question you should be asking. But nevertheless, the law, as they say, is blind. So whoever is able to argue its case before the judge is one that will get judgment.
All right, so let's take the final word from you before we call it a wrap. What's your projection arising from what has happened in Ekiti and the shortcomings, glaring shortcomings, which in your opinion cannot be tied to your party? It's something that is common with our political process. And then this issue that is brewing up about the party in power warning the situation wherein they alone will be in a ballot, a one-party state going into 2027.
Going into 2027, I want to say this. Nigeria will remain a multi-party democracy. Let's have that at the back of our mind. Nigeria can never be a one-party state. That said, going into 2027, we are going to have, the APC is going to have a field day. It's going to be a massive victory for the APC, simply because the opposition, as we speak, they are still very much in disarray. I think the closest challenger that we have, that we may have, may be the NDC. And if you look at what is happening in the NDC today, the leader of that party is the former governor of Bayelsa State, Mr. Saraki Dixon, and then their candidate is Peter Obi. They are having a movement inside the political party. I listened to Aisha Yusufu the other day, one of the obedient movement leaders. He was criticizing Saraki Dixon. So you can see that there is already infighting between them. At the end of the day, with about 30 governors that the APC is having, is going to be a landslide victory for President Bola Tinubu.
Okay, we will keep our fingers crossed and wait till 2027. We have more time. Certainly would have loved to continue with this conversation. First, thank you for coming. Dr. Dan, thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Omar, thank you for coming. We'll take a short break. In a moment, we'll be having the Honorable Commissioner for Public Safety speak with us this morning on some of the gains and the projections in fighting insecurity in Edo State. Please stay with us. Still TMR on the ITV network. In just a moment, we'll be joining Abuja Network Studio. And just before that, we have with us the Honorable Commissioner for Public Safety at the State, Right Honorable Festus Ebeya. Many thanks for joining us, Honorable Commissioner.
Good morning, Sonny Duke.
Good morning. Fantastic. We've seen some, positive feedbacks in the fight against insecurity in recent times, being the Sunday vegetable market kidnapping, the kidnappers that have been caught, and a lot of positivity along those lines. But the governor has come out to say he's going to put a structure in place to ensure that within 2-3 weeks, anyone found wanting, doing kidnapping, cultism, armed robbery will be tried within 3 weeks, and then such a person will be subjected to capital punishment of even being hanged in the public space. Can you shed more light on this thrust?
Yes, the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, is really disturbed about the spirit of insecurity, especially the kidnapping and all that. So when we were monitoring the hinterlands, the remote areas of the state, doing something to see how we can make sure that they don't infiltrate. But suddenly we saw them in the city center. Then the governor had to give a marching order to all the security agencies. So last week, he called a meeting of the Security Council in the state, and he gave all of us a charge that those people must be arrested. And within 24 hours, they were arrested. And even the ones that fled before, they've been brought back to Edo State. They're in detention. Because of that, he has equally found out that most of the kidnappers over time that have been arrested, even before he came on board, they are still on awaiting trial, which does not go well for us. So he now said, okay, what do we do? In his own wisdom, he thought it wise to say, let's set up a special court that will be dispensing justice immediately, and anyone found culpable will face the capital punishment as it is required by law, passed by those State House of Assembly, even back the time we were there. Because we have seen kidnapping between 2011 and 2015 legislative years, that kidnapping is almost like armed robbery, even an advanced part of armed robbery. Because in robbery, it's violent crime. You take weapons, guns, machetes, and all that. Kidnapping too, it's not just done by words of mouth. You equally do that. And he has added to it, the houses will be brought down. But again, he had to make sure that they are charged immediately, and the appropriate punishment is meted out to anyone who is culpable. So, letter within 24 hours had been sent to the judiciary to set up the committee, and I believe that this week you are going to see things unfold.
Fantastic. Those found culpable will receive capital punishment, hanging in public place. What do you make of that?
Yes, it is to serve as a deterrent to people who are thinking that is the smartest way to make money. The governor had made it clear, being involved in crime is not a way to live. It's not a way to make life, and it's not a way that will be allowed to fester in Edo State.
We've seen some reports that with some of the bandit activities surrounding Edo State, some indigenes are beginning to get involved. You look at areas like Ekpoma, Auchi, Ubjaja, Oromi, and some of these other places. What is government doing to nip this in the bud?
No doubt about it. Hence we are saying it is not just you renting house. And they say, oh, you rented a house and the landlord did not know that you are a kidnapper. Some of them, they use proceeds of crime to equally try to have their own abode. So all of them will go in for it. And our people, to some extent, they like life. They want to live. But they want to live at the pain you cause to your neighbor. So we realized that, and the governor in his wisdom said, no, if these people want to live and subject his neighbor to that kind of pain, then he too will not live. So it's a message to the every Edo persons, not just the citizens of Edo State, anyone that lives in Edo, to know that crime of that nature will not pay. Crime in its essence will not even pay, no matter how minimal. So you better find a way to do other things, or you better get out of Edo State. So the governor is not joking, and he's making it possible for everybody to know that he is not joking.
How safe are schools in Edo State, particularly those in vulnerable communities, inaccessible communities? Against the background that there was a report recently of a threat to schools in some schools or in some areas in Edo North, and then a few days ago there was a story that literally went viral, possibility of an attack in Owan Axis. So how safe are schools today?
Before now, the governor has charged the security agencies, especially under my ministry, the Edo State Security Corps had been mobilized to make sure they go around all the schools and put physical money, security-wise, put men. While the students are in school, men must be there, well armed. And now he has added the police and the army, if need be. But again, the one of last week, you heard the Holy Trinity Grammar School, Sabongida Ora. That was a lie. The man who did it, who created that video, has since been picked up. It's in the police net, and he'll be charged accordingly. You should stop sending fears into the minds of Edo people. You are telling Edo people that Holy Trinity is being attacked. When I called Mr. Speaker, whom of course is an alumnus of that school, he just told me right away that the man had been picked up. That's his own community, number 3 citizen of the state. A thing like that happening, he didn't know. As soon as he saw the video, he made inquiries and they tracked the person who brought out the video. And they got him arrested. And he was just saying that his usual blogging and looking for followers to be making illegal money. So most of the information you hear, if they are not well verified, you find out that people begin to take it as the truth position in Edo State. But by and large, I'm not saying that we are resting on our oars. Like I said, I want to repeat it again. All the schools are being manned by security agents to ensure that at least they remain the first point. Anyone entering the school will know that people are here. Yeah. And they surround, and the school too, they are being fenced. All the perimeters of the schools are being fenced. So far, so good. The governor had done over 60%. The ones that are being awaited are still being considered, and the appropriate way to make sure that people get to site to put them secured is in the offing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, Public Safety Edo State. If I have more time, I'd love to talk with you more, but thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
It's still TMI on the ITV network. We'll link you up now with our Abuja network studio, where Kadri has been waiting patiently to drive our conversation on the just concluded Ekiti State governorship election, looking at the outcomes, the conduct, and projections for 2027. Please stay with us.
All right, thank you so very much, Dr. Duke, for that very beautiful presentation. Of course, we have something similar to discuss here, which centered around the outcome of the just concluded governorship election of Ekiti State, where, of course, the winner, the sitting governor, Abiodun Oyebanji, got a number that no governor in the state has ever gotten, 319,224. And then his closest rival got 40,000. You know, it's just, the gap is just too wide. But there are issues in the election which one has to do with intimidation, voter inducement, and of course vote buying. And that is the crux of our discussion this morning, and will be done through the eyes of the Executive Director, Certain Leadership Initiative, Dr. A.K. Peters. Very good morning and welcome.
Good morning, it's a pleasure. Good morning, Nigerians.
Yeah, so the Ekiti election has come and gone with about 38% of voter turnout. Let's start from there. What are your thoughts?
I have just completed a book on voter apathy, the imperatives and consequences in Africa and Nigeria. By August, I'll be publishing that book. It's quite unfortunate that this trend has continued. I traced it right from 1983, 79, down to today. It's so unfortunate. In the 2023 general election, we had about 92, 94 million registered voters. At the end of the day, only 24 million voters came and voted in that election. And the winner, the president, emerged as the president of the largest nation in Africa, a nation of about 235 to 240 million Nigerians. A person emerges as president of that country with 8 million votes. It doesn't tell the good story of Nigeria. And we have cried it, and we keep crying, and it is still manifesting. It has come to play again in Ekiti State. Just about far less than 40% of registered voters and of even those who collected their PVC turned out to vote. What is the issue? We must have to get to the nitty-gritty of this, and to sustain our democracy. Democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And if you must be a leader of the person, you must come from the collective will and decision of the people. We can't have such a number of voters, and then we have such abysmal number. We can't have such number of registered voters, and we have such abysmal number of those who actually come out to cast their vote on election day. It is a negative on our democracy. It is a negative on Nigeria. And I think going forward, we should devise ways of how best we can ensure that citizens participate. The buy-in of citizens into this democracy is still evolving. Well, after almost 30 years of the return of democracy since 1999, we are still where we are. Sincerely, it doesn't tell good of us. Going forward, we must ensure that patriotism is rekindled in Nigeria, and the electoral process must be made such that people will have faith in the sanctity of the ballot. For now, we are still a far way off.
But when you look at the outcome of that election concerning the results, what do you make of it when the winner got 319,000 and then the second, his runner-up got 40,000. The third person got just 2,773. What's happening?
Did you not see it coming? Did you expect that it would have been different? In the build-up to the Ekiti off-cycle Guba election, it was obvious that one party was really on ground, working so hard, traversing the length and breadth of Ekiti State, while other parties were still grappling with issues of legitimacy, issues of court process, issues of candidate disagreements into this and that and that.
Authenticity of factions.
Authenticity of factions and all of that. And a particular party had consolidated itself and was already working. It has manifested in the result. Nobody expected that any other party would have won in this Ekiti election. So the result, or the outcome of the result, is a reflection of what people knew would be. Not because the APC may be so well at the national or so well at the state, but because they are more prepared. They were more prepared for this election. They went into this election as a house, not divided. They got support from everywhere. They made sure they hit the ground running on time. They engaged the people. They tried to change the narratives as they were and ensured that they got the confidence of the people. Other parties didn't have enough time to do this. Other parties probably also didn't have the resources to do this. Other parties also were already defeated probably before they went to the election. And the outcome is exactly what we are saying.
They were defeated before they go to the election. That's interesting. Now let's look at the crux of the matter, why we have this discussion this morning, which has to do with intimidation, voter inducement, and vote buying. It's just recurring despite efforts by the government, security agencies, anti-graft agencies to ensure that this is nipping the bud. It appears it's not working because we saw some of the contestants coming out to cry on social media. We saw them even on mainstream media saying that there were, huge amount of money deployed to buy votes. Some of them actually say they saw the money and they called on police to take care of the issue, but nothing happened.
There are 4 basic essential ingredients of an election. It has to be free, fair, credible, and transparent. Was the Ekiti governorship election free? Yes, it was free. Was the Ekiti governorship election fair? Yes, it was reasonably very fair. Was it transparent? I may not be too sure. Was it credible? I may not be too sure. But was it transparent? Yes, it was transparent. So out of 4 basic essential ingredients, three are very clear. That the election was free. The election was fair. The election was what? Transparent.
That's 75%.
It may not be too credible. Now, when you talk about or talk of intimidation, when the election is free, and all those who were candidates have to run for the election, all political parties were allowed to run for the election. Every political party was allowed to have its polling agent in every polling unit. Unfortunately, most of these political parties, apart from the ruling All Progressive Congress, didn't even have agents in polling units. Again, the election was fair in the sense that they gave everybody equal and non-zero opportunity of not just being in the ballot, of campaigning. And remember, election is a process. The process does not just end in election day. It goes on to counting and the declaration of a result. So when I judge all of these based on these ingredients that I'm talking about, these parameters, I look at the entire process, I look at the entire system. So when you say intimidation, I start looking at it from different perspectives. Now, coming about the credibility of election and the intimidation you are talking about, that you are not allowed to come to the polling unit when you do not have a voter's card or permanent voter's card. It's a standard in every election. That you are qualified to vote and you are refused accreditation and they ensure that you were not allowed to vote is intimidation. Did we have these circumstances very clear and captured on camera on credible conventional media houses like ITV? No, I am not aware. I watch your station, I listen to your news, and I didn't see this thing really captured in camera clearly that I was supposed to vote and I was disallowed from voting.
No, that's not the issue. The issue, what we saw, I'm sure you have seen that, you saw a candidate of participating in the election, the ADC candidate, the SDP, in fact up to yesterday he still insisted that huge amount of money was deployed. He saw it, he called security agencies, they came and did nothing.
We are talking about intimidation. Your question is on intimidation. Intimidation means I use my strength. The vote buying than you and stop.
No, that did not happen. That did not happen.
And I want that established.
That didn't happen, and it's clear, accepted. But what happened that I know you saw, and I want you to talk about it. Monies taken to the polling unit. People were given cards after they cast their vote. Is that part of the election?
Now, I don't know how this should be blamed on the candidate of the APC or on the APC as a party.
You see, you're running too fast. You're running too fast.
Let me say this.
I didn't mention who is to be blamed.
The winner has been declared.
I didn't mention. I did not mention who is to be blamed.
Yes, and it is. I can safely assume that what you are saying, if these various candidates of the political parties that didn't win are obviously exhibiting disgruntlement, which it should be. I went into an election. I am not satisfied with the outcome, and I am disgruntled because I didn't get what I thought I should get. So I should cry foul. I should say this and this happened. Given, let us assuming, without conceding, that it was so. Was it the responsibility of APC and the candidate of APC to handle?
We still did not.
We had security agencies.
Good.
We had INEC officials there. We had police there. We had the military there. We had civil defense there. We have forest guards there. We have immigration officials there. And we had so many other people whose responsibility it was to identify this. They were fully briefed and they were mobilized and paid to go and get that job done. If they didn't do it, how is it the fault of the political party and the candidate of the political party that won? We should learn to ensure that we get things done well. However, every political party is supposed to have an accredited agent who represents that political party and the candidate of that political party in the polling unit. He or she is expected to ensure that accreditation meets the standard as prescribed in the Electoral Act. He or she is expected to ensure that voting meets the standard as prescribed in the Electoral Act. He or she is expected to ensure that every registered voter is not intimidated, is not de-enfranchised and forced from not voting. At the end of the day, if he does that or notices any infringement or infraction or things that he or she thinks is not correct and is not in tandem with the Electoral Act, you don't sign the result. Did they sign their result? They did. The king is dead.
Okay, can I ask you this question? And I just want you to be objective about the answer. Do you see vote buying as something that should be dealt with in our election?
It is. Vote buying is a no-no for me. It is what has recently started emerging in the Nigerian polity.
So why is it, why is it a no-no for you?
It is a no-no for me because when people are induced with money, they are not voting their conscience. They are not voting the candidate they think is good by their own appraisal. They are not voting the ideology of a party that they think is the best ideology that should move the state, the federal constituency, the senatorial district, or the country forward. They are not voting the manifesto that they think is the kind of manifesto that can change the narrative for the good. They are voting based on stomach infrastructure. They are voting based on, of course, stomach infrastructure is an Ekiti coinage that has been adopted by the rest of Nigeria. They are gullible people who look at the now, and those are the real problems we have in Nigeria. If
So which
refuse to take
now, so which means, by your explanation, which means that if a voter accepts money and vote based on inducement, based on trading, vote trading, it means that such a voter is not expected to ask who he told his vote to.
By the law of INEC, by the Electoral Act, by the Constitution of Nigeria, is criminal. The person who gives the money and the person who receives the money are equally culpable. Both of them are criminal. They are expected to be arrested. And the security agents were there. They were supposed to do exactly that.
I was heading somewhere, Doctor. I was saying that if a voter sells his vote, it means he or she does not have the local standard to begin to demand for dividend of democracy.
The people get the kind of government they deserve. The people get the kind of government they deserve. Because it is the people that vote for the government. So, if the people feel this kind of person we want, the person who will give them bread to eat before the election, the people who will give them 5,000 naira for them to go and cast their vote, and on the basis of that, they are attracted to him and vote for him. They have spoken. Incidentally, it is the vote that counts. If you ask me about the Ekiti election, this man, Biodun Oyebanji, win, he won fair and square. How did he win is a different thing. You have not asked me that. But that he won the election is true.
The discussion is just centered around the ills, some of the malpractices that the Electoral Act is against, both local and foreign observers are deployed to see if that will happen. We have seen the report of Yaga. CDD will soon be on the way. Situation room is today. EU also made their own report, and many other observer groups. Nobody is going to doubt the fact that the governor, Oyebanji, did not win, he won. But the issue is about vote buying, and no one has pointed accusing finger a particular party for buying votes. That's why I'm saying you're just in a hurry. Nobody has CPC or PDP or SDP, ABGA, PRP, and NC did not participate, that bought votes. No, but the issue is that there were vote buying. And if arrests were made and are brought to law, you may even be shocked that it's not even APC that sponsored that. That's why I'm saying you're in a hurry. But give and take, do you see this election as a litmus test for the 2027 general election?
The signs are clear. Even a blind man can see that the Ekiti election is a precursor to the January 16, 2027 general election in Nigeria. I speak as a statesman. I speak as a patriot. And that is why my last statement was the people get the kind of leadership they deserve. And Nigerians fight for democracy. We cry on social media. We cry on the streets. We stay in our various groups and complain. Out of our population of about 240 million, about 180 million or 180 something million of that population, about 160, 170 million are of eligible voting age. How many people have gone, as I speak with you now, I go everywhere with my voter's card. I go everywhere. This is my voter's card. So how many Nigerians have their voter's card? Now, those who have their voter's card, how many of them go out on the day of election to vote? On the day of election, you find youths who don't have jobs playing football on the streets.
Even the ones that have jobs. Houses. Even the ones that have jobs are gainfully employed exercise.
Beautiful.
So we'll go and vote and come back and continue the exercise. So we'll exercise before going to play, before going to vote. So
indeed, the devil is not as black as he's painted. I have come to see the import of this statement in Nigeria. If we all rise, you see, Nigeria is a country of intellectuals. Everybody knows the right thing to do. Nobody wants to do the right thing. So, and when we do not rise to do the right thing, we get the result that we deserve.
What's the right thing?
The right thing is patriotism. The right thing is statesmanship. The right thing is that everybody must rise and perform his civic responsibility. And the civic responsibility of every 18-year-old in Nigeria is to have a voter's card, is to go out on election day to vote for a candidate and party of your choice, stay and ensure that the votes are counted, and go back home. Protect the vote that has been counted, and ensure that the vote that was counted and pasted on your polling unit is the one that is transmitted to the IRF, is the one that is sent to the RAC, which is the World Collation Center, is the one that is transmitted to the local government collation center, it is the one that is transmitted to the state collation center.
And the one that eventually announced. Thank you so much for your time with us, Dr. A.K. Peters, Executive Director, Certain Leadership Initiative, for your time with us on the program. I'm sure that when we call you again, you come.
It's always my pleasure.
Yeah, vote buying is a killer to Nigeria's democracy, and we must fight against it.
I've dissected
all of this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We now move to Lagos Network Center for continuation of the program this morning on ITV.
Hello, welcome back to the continuation on ITV from our Lagos Network Center. This morning, we'll be looking at the just concluded governorship election and how it's going to reflect in the 2027 general election. I'm not going to be doing this alone. I have my senior co-anchor with me, Doctor. Introduce yourself.
It's great to be with you again. The weekend was another victory for democracy because an election has taken place, not much violence or if any to report, and results and the winners are reached, and we're moving forward. So I think that's a big plus for us. But this morning, obviously, our guest is here to analyze the election and its implications for 2027.
Yes. He is Mr. Osose. Mr. Chris Osose, you're welcome. He is a political analyst. I mean, he's a friend to the house. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me again.
Let me start by asking you how the morning is on your way to the studio.
Oh, yeah. Naturally, Monday mornings are very challenging. The rush to work and all of that, school children, pupils to that and all that. But today was a bit different.
Really?
Because, I encountered an accident on a truck that actually broke, like almost 90% of the road. They actually broke into a house, shop, and all of that. And then and were just left there.
What part of Lagos?
That's coming from Ileko connecting to Ikeja. So it created horrible traffic there. And then what really beats me is the fact that the talk there since on Wednesday last week.
So what are you doing?
I just wonder.
So this accident was needless.
I don't know what led to it, what caused it, but the fact is that it's been there. The truck has been stuck there since Wednesday.
Could have been avoided.
So I learned.
The accident could have been avoided.
That's horrible. How do you sustain that? There's a local government authority. There's traffic authority. Why would you leave that horrible hold up, wasting people's commercial time, social time? It shouldn't be there for up to 24 hours, but it has lasted for days now. When is it last week till now? You don't do that.
Anyway, let's leave Lagos to Ekiti that we'll be talking about today. Let me start by asking you to overall the assessment of the just concluded Ekiti governor's election.
Well, for the sake of democracy, it would be fine to call the recently concluded Ekiti governorship election for the sake of democracy. But for me, I thought it was more of a coronation. Because for like over 2 years now, those are objectives I've always said there has not been opposition in Ekiti. There's no opposition in sight, no opposition on ground. We knew it was going to be a field day walkover, you understand? And it came out like that. The governorship election, it turned out the winner, Oyebanji, got about 319,000 votes, compared to that came with 40,000 votes, and then ADC that came through with 12,000 votes. You can just imagine. It was more or less like contested against himself. Okay, so opposition has not been on ground in Ekiti. It was just, like I said, for the fun of it, a coronation for the governor to come back to power. But one thing that interests me about the outcome, because it hit a record, it broke a record. In Ekiti is known for, Ekiti Ondo, that's stubborn nature and all of that. So there's a way that their governors don't return. On a straight second term.
Yeah.
Ekiti started out, the first Ekiti governor was in 1999, and Adebayo. All right. So he couldn't succeed himself because Fayose came out to defeat him in 2023. And after Fayose, the Obasanjo saga that impeached Fayose, Fayemi came on board. Fayose came back and defeated Fayemi in the second term of Fayemi. And then Segun Oni took over from Fayose. Fayose couldn't go in the second term. Then Fayemi came back again, and Fayose defeated him. And then Oyebanji came, and for the first time, Ekiti has recorded a governor that succeeded himself in a straight 8 years term. You understand? So that's for me. So he has broken the jinx, he has broken the record, but it's not particular to Ekiti alone. Such also happened in Oyo, as old as Oyo is. The first time a governor succeeded himself in Oyo was with the late Ajumobi, okay, and even in Kano, ancient Kano, it took Shekarau to succeed himself as governor. But for the recent one in Ekiti, it's a big congratulations to Oyebanji, not just for winning the election, but also breaking the jinx of succeeding himself in power.
Okay, Doctor.
This is very interesting. Me to just give a proverb in Pidgin English.
All right, that's okay.
Before the proverb, I would say this. You know, this particular election, from observers and from media reports, we saw how money exchanged hands brazenly, openly, and shamelessly. My proverb is this. They say monkey smart, not monkey smart. Now because tree, they near a tree. What do I mean? Put a tree here and put one 100 meters away and let's see how smart the monkey would be. If Ekiti had been so sure, if there was no opposition over the last couple of years, as you have claimed, why would particularly the ruling party be dishing out as much as 15,000, 20,000 naira to buy votes?
To buy votes.
All right. I think let's start with vote buying. It's a pandemic. It's horrible. It's an election process. Well, let me feel ashamed, not for myself, but for the nation, to say that our democracy after so many years is still developing. Now, going back to vote buying, maybe it's crude, yeah, terribly crude, yeah. But we saw that even in last election, the king of the world in America, towards that election, we saw the U.S. president in some kind of stimulating vote buying thing, not coming. We saw what Elon Musk did.
Are you justifying?
I'm not justifying it.
So, I mean, why are they excused?
It's not an excuse. I'm just trying to lay a foundation.
Okay.
That even in America, that is the king of democracy in the world, we saw what Elon Musk did. That's the owner of the richest man in the world.
What did he do?
Elon Musk pumped out money outrightly for vote buying.
And was buying votes publicly?
No. Was it
public?
No, you can't even justify, because what you're saying is not factual. No, just a minute.
Okay.
Just a minute. Elon Musk, and I'm giving you facts now, and you can verify. Elon Musk had perhaps, arguably, the biggest media voice that could influence votes. That's Twitter. Media, if buying media is what you're calling vote buying, they're not the same thing. We're talking about buying votes, not influencing through media, because election, yes, you need money to prosecute election. Just a minute.
You're not listening to me.
Let me finish and you can throw more light.
Okay, fine.
Because the viewers need to get the information as it is. The language is buying votes. It's not, I mean, you can buy media. You can pay people to go and do door-to-door campaigns. That's where money goes into in democracies like America. Not that in queues. And that's the question I'm asking you, so that you don't turn it another way.
Yeah.
I'm talking about media in front of taking cash and inducing voters are voting.
I mean, voters were displaying
that's what I'm talking about.
I was on a journey before you interrupted.
No, that journey was going somewhere else. Just realign.
Let me get it back to you now.
Yes.
Probably you were probably not aware of what happened. Elon practically, not just because you own X, Elon Musk practically dished out for vote buying up to the point of $1 million US. You can fact check me on that. I wish online, I mean, as I'm on program right now, I will see the reason Elon Musk gave out money in vote buying. He did that and he proudly did so. So much that
Chris,
benefited from me.
Chris.
You know, so much space.
Chris, like he said, like he said, was he dishing out more on the day of election? That's what he just
allow me to learn. Saying that what you've seen in Nigeria is crude, disappointing, is true. All right, I am not in support of it. It tells our backward.
So why do we need to talk about America? This is our problem.
You know, I was just trying to lay a foundation, and then you are misunderstanding.
No, I'm not misunderstanding. Let's focus on Ekiti and Nigeria.
Problem with making reference.
No. Let's focus on this.
All right.
Because there's not the
same. You got me.
No.
But this is
America vote buying and what we saw in Ekiti State are not the same thing.
What what happened in Ekiti, like I said, let me be very clear on this. Vote buying is anti-democracy. Vote is insane. It is actually a crime. Okay, those that collected, those that gave should be penalized. The process is criminalized. They should be prosecuted. I am not for it. I'm not in support of it. It's shameful. It's horrible. It should not be in a democracy. It should not happen. Now, I am strongly condemning it. It is not right.
Okay.
Now, what I was trying to say as regards that shamefully, such tactics has bastardized our election process. So it easily creep into the process. We see it every now and then. As a matter of fact, there are some people that might not even step out to vote at all. It's not just about the place now. It's also a crime by the people, because some people just stay back home. They don't feel concerned. But when you go to induce them, then they come out to vote. They are not that participation awareness is also a problem, because the people, there's a market for it. All right. So the politicians understand that. And the thing is this: it's not just the ruling party that does that now. It's about the highest bidder thing, because others do the same, but just that some gave 2,000, like that, 1,000, 5,000. Then the one with the bigger chest, bigger purse, does more, 15, 20, like that, all of that. Now, what I'm trying to say is this: we should condemn it generally, but sadly, that one I started by saying, at this time and age, we are still having a developing democracy election process, because we see it happen all over. It has become a part and parcel of our election process. It's shameful, it's highly condemnable, and then such should not be in our electoral system.
Anyway,
okay, I'll come back.
Chris, so with the vote buying thing, would you describe the election as free and fair or credible?
Well, that would be somewhat relative, because ordinarily, vote buying, the side of vote buying will have distorted the credibility of the election, naturally, But consider the fact that we are more or less, in quote, forced to relate with that reality that is in our electoral process, which all political parties are probably guilty of. All right, but sincerely speaking, I really do not think that would have changed the pendulum of the victory side, because give and take, because when you talk about mobilization, that's another area you legally use money for and all of that, the opposition was actually not on ground. But either vote buying or not would really not really.
So the question was it free and fair? Yes, apart from that, is it also necessary? Because you claimed Oyebanji was, over the past 3 years, there's been no opposition. So why was it necessary to even buy the votes at all? To induce voters, especially at the point of voting?
Okay, that tells you how corrupt the process is, how bastardized the process is. Because the thing is, if you are not buying votes, like I said earlier, I'm condemning it, I'm not for it. But if you are not buying votes, the next guy is buying votes, and you think that might steal from your chances, so you don't want to leave any stone unturned. Unfortunately, the entire process of our electoral process is puggery. Okay, that's where we are as a nation. Even those that don't give shishi, they all get involved in vote buying. You understand? So it's an ailment in the electoral process. So if you are not doing it, the next guy is doing it. Because in Nigerian politics, particularly in Nigerian politics, there's no nice guy on election day.
So why do we have it in our laws?
Well, enforcing the law is another thing. We know the Nigerian thing. So
what's the Nigerian thing? We don't know the Nigerian thing.
The Nigerian thing is the process is bastardized. And then let's get a bit deeper. Enforcement of law in Nigeria is comatose to a large extent. You see something written boldly in the Constitution, and then what is playing out in the field is contrary to that, and yet even the courts find problem with enforcing.
Why is that so in our democracy? Why the impunity? Let me explain myself. Because obviously there's a law, and people are not adhering to this law. What gives them the boldness for this impunity, for this lack of observance of the law? Why would the police be helpless in the face of this impunity? Why would INEC be helpless in the face of this impunity? And why would the people be helpless in the face of this impunity?
It tells you one thing: broken system.
What?
Broken system.
Okay.
the system is broken. We are still patching it, working it up. But the truth of the matter is that we have a failing system.
Who should you
I'm trying to be kind enough to say
who should you hold responsible?
The managers of the nation, those
define them properly.
Okay, I will start with of course, number one person should be the number one man of the nation, the president. You look at the National Assembly, you look at the enforcement agency, you look at the judiciary prosecuting such. Though we see pocket of prosecution of that, but it is nothing measurable to the menace that happened during the election process.
Okay, Chris. So what lesson do you think we can learn for 2027? Because the way it's going, it looks like this is going to repeat itself in the 2027 general elections. Are there any lessons we should learn and things we should get ready for in the 2027 general elections?
I think it's bolder to fix the system. Because unfortunately, the managers of the system benefit from the brokenness of the system. So they do not have the passion to fix the system because the brokenness of the system works for them. All right. So that's where we are. So I think it will start with the, some kind of purposeful and a determined protest to work against such and then demand for sanity in our electoral process. Because I try to be very objective. Ideally, you expect the managers to do what is right. But like I said earlier, they also benefit from it. So it works for them. So they're going to live it that way. So they don't take the people that feel shortchanged and raped to take that responsibility to demand for sanity through our election process.
So who are these people? Who benefits from it?
Oh, we see them. Those that rise to power. Because ideally, if we're looking at it...
rise or those in power, those in authority?
Those in authority. Those are risen to power because it's not just starting now. It has always been. All right? So, and this is not a pain. It's a guilt across board. It's a fault in the political system. Okay? So, all politicians... I mean, it's almost difficult to say that anybody that got into power got there like without any form of inducement or some kind of fault line. So they are all guilty, but the level of guilt could differ. All right, so they're all guilty, and then to fix it, it's not also going to be overnight. It's going to be over time. That's another reality we must embrace. And we don't measure our expectation properly. We always have our heads in the cloud. This is a faulty system. All right, and then to fix it, it cannot be overnight because it is entrenched. So it's what you have to fight and then step up your will to confront it and then pull it down. All right. So over time, we should get there. But then the people that should also fast track it, because the people are the ones that are raped. But the people are also involved deeply in the corruption.
Okay. Chris, so are you now saying INEC failed in this Ekiti elections?
No, because that's an aspect of it that is faulty. That's an aspect of it because there are different paths to election success. Vote buying is an ailment that has failed again. It's a part of it. There are other parts. So you would not like they will say that you don't throw away the baby with the dirty water. All right. So that aspect of the election process failed. But the other aspects, we saw that there was not much of violence. Ordinarily, governorship election claims lives, but we didn't see that. We saw that ballot boxes were not snatched, stuffing of votes, whatever. All of that was.
So what about the beavers and the technologies?
And it worked well, incredibly well. At least something close to 100%. There was no complaint about that. I listened to some of the other cast-outs. Nobody complained about the beaver, and all of that. So there was no that issue of manipulating results. Sometimes you see the result sheet, heavily manipulated and all of that. There were no such. So on a scale of 10, I'll probably give it an 8.
Okay.
Interesting. And we had 39% voted.
Yeah.
Yes. We have lived with this for a time now, and when I ask people, some of the reasons my votes will not count anyway, and the people who usually say their votes will not count are usually people who will not vote for the incumbents. But they feel that even if they go, that those who are there already have already written the results. The results are already set. It won't count. That's the one. There's dogs, obviously. And then there are those who simply feel that the system will not work. Can we continue like this? Because at this rate, if we give up, someday, only 2% of the voters, maybe not in our lifetime, will come out because we'll assume that, okay, that will not make a difference. How is that? What does that say about our current state of democracy and the future?
All right. To give a proper answer to this, I would like us to just do a little backup on where we're coming from. Before now, when after 1999, and then what election was in Nigeria is as such that, particularly looking at the 2003 election, while you are still queuing, voting, the result of your word will be announced. It was that bad. That's where we're coming from. Elections are written in hotels. Elections are written in government houses and all of that. And it is imposed and announced. Figures, no check, whatever, you just announce result and it goes on like that. That was how bad it was. But when on board, 2015, he introduced a level of technology. All right, that reader's card, whatever, that cage.
The beavers?
Not beavers yet.
The card reader.
Card reader. There's a particular name for it. All right, it was a form of technology that was able to cope, because before then, even in fact, the vote result oftentimes will be more than the registered voters, and all goes in. Was able to stop the idea of just writing result of that. And that worked for 2015 election. So it curtailed the madness process. Then again, we saw the beavers that was introduced by Mahmoud. All right, that again improved on what Jega did to streamline the begin. Still not perfect, but of course it was able to curtail it such that you cannot have election outcome higher than the registered voters. You understand? So there was no more room for writing results, no more room for announcing results where you are still queuing. So we are improving. We must a journey. Now, our elections are not perfect, but the fact that it's improving and significantly improving, I appreciate that. For me, that's a glimmer of hope, and I can hold on to that time. We're going to hold them accountable, keep getting better. Because in days of OBJ, when it was very crude and horrible, nobody thought it would ever come to where it is today. But compared to what we have today now, compared to what it was in 2003, it's like we're in heaven. All right?
That is subjective.
In comparison.
No, that's your view.
Do you know how bad it is that while you are still on the queue voting and the result is announced, do you know how horrible that is? And that can no longer be done now. So there's a huge improvement. There's a huge improvement.
Chris, let me take you on that, because we saw videos.
Are you denying the fact that was happening?
Chris, I want to take you on that.
We announced why you're on queue.
Let me take you on that. We saw a video of an old woman, elderly woman, who said she had gone there twice and her name was not on the register. Okay. And she had registered to come out to vote. And so yesterday she was outside. She couldn't vote. She was crying that she had come severally
on Saturday
to check on her name, and her name wasn't found on the registered list. So how do you explain that?
First question, Doctor, I wanted to permit me to do that. When those that say that votes will not count, I always say that they are just probably more of lazy minds. Because say vote won't count. If follow the process objectively. I am not saying we have a credible process that is we can just go to bed on. But I'm saying that we are seeing improved situation. What we are seeing today, you vote and your vote will count, because now you have access to in fact right there at the unit, you can access to take pictures. I've done that severally as an individual. All right, you can have access to the vote, whatever that's voted. So if somebody is saying that the vote won't count in this time and age, I just think they've been lazy-minded. That's that. Now, to what you say, there's what you call awareness process, adequate information. Because one thing that also happened, because of population, increased population, INEC also creates more polling units. No, it's possible that if you are registered here at a particular polling unit, that some are taken to a new one, and then in that transit, sometimes there are no adequate information, or some people, because of how we are as a people, might also want to know, okay, if I'm still at this side or I've been to a newly created.
Don't you think information should have been passed out?
That's what I'm saying. That there is deficiency in information on the part of the organizer, and sometimes too, the people are also guilty, because what it should mean is this: if there's an awareness that we are creating more polling units, so it means that some will be congested. So it means that what you do to yourself, like what I do personally, before election day, I go to find out if where I'm voting still where I was still.
So when you're talking of an elderly woman, so we're using her, as a case, for all elderly people. You can do that. She might not know what to do.
But it could be that, because it's not everything we blame on the organizers. It could be that she's been relocated to its voting units. All right. Now, they will pass out information. It probably is not adequate, or the people who are getting it, or the people are not even minding the information. We do that because the people also are guilty of lackadaisical attitude. We know this lives with us, even as a people.
Doctor, it's to you.
Let me correct something there. I hope you understand that I'm not justifying it in the system. I'm not justifying it.
That's for the audience to join.
I'm not backing it. I'm just trying to say, look, we have this situation. I have significant improvement in electoral process. I was part of elections in 1999. I was part of election in 2003. And then what we saw back then, let me take my state for example. 2003, Lucky Benedict was supposed to come back to power. It was, for re-election. He had problem with the Ambrose Allen University students. And they were not going to vote for you. And he told them outrightly. He said, I'm not waiting for your vote. He said it's Rugbe. So Rugbe was very much easy then. He said it was Rugbe. And I also know, it's on record that the former president OBJ threatened Jonathan Twin, and I said, "Let me see us from Aso Rock," because they were doing that. He said it openly, public. So these are
Chris, that's your opinion about
it. In Nigeria, and I'm taking it back. These are things that were in the public domain. Google search it, public domain. While we are still on the queue, you've not even voted. The result of your polling unit is announced.
Well, I hope you were aware that the last general election came with its own attendant controversies, in spite of the technology that was used, the transmission of votes and all that, the beavers, and where INEC and all the surrounding controversies. It's still same of same. Very, very little has changed. But I don't want us to overflog it. Oyebanji has come back.
Yeah.
He has broken the record.
Broken the jigs.
Oh, the jigs. Okay. So he's the first to do back-to-back. He's not the first to do 2 times.
No.
But back-to-back.
Yeah.
He has been declared, I hope, winner of the election. The next one is Osun State. What do you see happening in Osun? Because in this case, the incumbent is not in the national ruling party, let me put it that way. He's now in a party that is, how do I put it, being almost proscribed.
Yeah.
Although I would say they are in court. Yes, under litigation. Is that some form of advanced rigging? What I mean by rigging now, ahead of the election, what chance do you think he has, even if he's popular? Because I do not think he's less popular than Oyebanji in his state.
All right. Osho politics, that's another different ball play. But first and foremost, I see it as a contest between Accord Party that that Adeleke is now on. I say straight fight between Accord Party and the APC, the Ambo guy in APC. Just strictly, it actually go either ways. All right. But going to the election, there's always that tendency for the incumbent to be the favorite. We got to know that the camp of the Feman, the former deputy governor, popular guy, forgot his name now, Major is also collapsing his strong support the incumbent. They fell out of APC. He's that working for the incumbent. All right, but the other time he won, he also got the support of the guy in ADC. Okay, but that guy is not standing now to also want to prove to his bosses that the ADC can do something in Osun. So he's not going to get the support of Aregbesola now. So okay, fine, that block is off his path. So, but for me, I think it's going to be a straight fight between the incumbent and the APC guy, Ambo. But as regards the listing of the party, because as it stands now, they are, even INEC has gone to appeal the case, all right? But there are standards to which the listing of parties can occur. We've seen that happen with different parties, all right? But you might question the timing that it ought to have been done long before now. If there's no political inducement around it, you can, of course, question the timing of it, but then it is within the legal orbit for those that could be delisted to be delisted. It's not illegal, all right? It's legally covered, but like I said, you could question the timing. However, it's still in court because part of the criteria that once you don't measure up the threshold, you don't measure up to that your party could get delisted is if in previous election you've not done well with any elected officer, so it could be yanked off.
That's the main criteria, really.
That's the main criteria. Then all offices across the and these are accessible. It's not something that you can lay your hands on. So if they're to that threshold, they could legally be deleted. But like I said, you could question the timing, all right, and then the intent behind it. But it is legally all right. There's nothing wrong about it.
Okay, so 1 minute, please. Let's just take this question. I'll circle back to. We've seen the results. Of course, you said Oyebanji has been coasting high over the past 3 years. He's been popular, so it meant that he was going to win. But from the results, what does it say about the current state of... I know you can't say that generally, but I mean, using that as an example, the current state of PDP and the emergence of ADC. What does that say? And probably the other parties. What does it say about them and possibly their chances in future elections?
I was really going to come to that because what you're also seeing in Ekiti is also a proof to the fact that John are not doing themselves any good. They're not showing presence.
But you said they'll be very popular.
Of course, yes. Everybody has been very popular. But despite that, opposition have not been coordinated to give a fight. So they've not, and it is largely because they've not been, coalition has not been there. It's fighting, Nelly and all of that. They're not even standing together, to give a push. So they're not standing as a united house. All right. Now, if you're not standing as a united house and you're going to confront an incumbent, what chances do you have? So we've seen the opposition getting weaker by the day, all right? And not just now, not just in Ekiti now, across the nation. Because I fear for the fact that the two prominent opposition parties looking at the national scale now, would be ADC and then NDC. And they've not been showing up. They've not been showing up in election results. Now, Saturday, result held in 7, beside the Ekiti governorship election, state and federal by-elections also held.
It was by-election, yeah.
Right across the from B to Kano to Ondo to Enugu, you know, some of that. This opposition were off the radar. APC won in 6 of the states. It was only in Rivers State that PDP won. Then in 6 of the other states won. They won gallantly without ADC showing up, without NDC showing up. So that is worrisome for opposition. So they are not on ground in terms of grassroots mobilization. Now, and then this has been the story since 2023. Elections have held across the nation, by-elections have held across the nation, up to local government elections. You don't see this opposition showing up. They are always off the radar. It has always been the supposed dead PDP that is showing little kind of opposition to the APC. It has been APC all the way across the nation. Okay, so that is worrisome for the state of the opposition. And then I've always said that preparation for general election, presidential election, you need minimum of 4 years to prepare for presidential election. And then it starts from the ground up, grassroots mobilization. And if you're not futuring, you're not showing strength in grassroots mobilization, in grassroots election, and then you just think that 6 months to presidential election, you will show up, and then just from the top there, you'll be lying to yourself. They're not showing strength in grassroots mobilization. So how then you want to get the job done? Some of them as if having infighting in their camp, as in heavy fighting in their camp. They are disagreement here and there. They're not together. Unlike the ruling party, they are getting stronger in terms of synergy. Yes, after the primaries, they are little fall out, but it's been well managed. So if you are coming from a disadvantaged position as opposition against an incumbent that is on ground, all right, in the Nigerian thing, they call with federal might and all of that, and you are not coordinated, you are not together, you don't know what you are doing as an opposition party, what chance do you have in reality? About time we should understand that the noise on social media does not reflect on an election field day. It does not reflect because most of the time, you popular on social media, use some kind of hope. But the truth is defile the popularity of social media because most of the time, the people that will vote on election day are not even big players on social media. They don't know the noise that's happening on social media. Okay? So this opposition should come to reality and understand that to stand a chance, you must future a strategic grassroots mobilization. And then what tests your strength in that is opportunity for elections like this, by elections. But the moment you don't show up, even in Enugu, NDC didn't show up at all. That should have been NDC power slots. Enugu, they didn't show up at all. APC won it outrightly. They didn't show up. You go to South, the Rivers. PDP won it outrightly. No NDC, no ADC. They're not even in Kano. Labour even did well under the former minister, Laku. All right. LP did well. LP post opposition in Kano. There was not even NDC, which Kwakwazo now been there in Kano. They didn't show up. They didn't show up. They were not on the radar.
Okay, Chris. Let's look at the security agency.
Okay.
Didn't perform very well in this Ekiti election, and how do you think it will be done in 2027 general election?
For this particular election, the fact that vote buying was conspicuous, and then their president was supposed to make that impossible, and it happened despite their presence. So that again is a failure on their side as regards that. But then the fact that there was no smashing of election boxes and all of that, then I will credit them. The fact that there were no fightings and all of that, I will credit security officer. So we discovered that. So based on that, I will give them a thumbs up because of
even with the vote buying in their presence.
And like I said earlier, vote buying is an aspect that failed. You cannot use the vote buying to judge the entire character of the election process because there are different departments of it. If they succeeded in other parts of the election, are you going to wink that away and say because there was a horrible vote buying, so we use that as a singular element to write off the entire credibility of the election process, even when the passed in the other part, that will not be fair. That will not be fair because there are boxes to tick to make the credibility of the election. Now, if you measure 8 out of 10 right, supposedly, okay, you measure 8 out of 10 right, will you now say because of the failure of the 2, you now join the entire process a failure?
Don't you think the vote buying in their presence is a major case?
In that aspect, but that will not be enough to discredit the entire election. Take the other boxes right, which is a large majority. So, majority carry the vote.
Own view and opinion, what improvements do you think in vote registration?
Number one is awareness, political awareness. The people still don't own the process. Largely, you will say because there's no confidence in the process. So players need to do a whole lot to ensure that they're able to attract confidence into the process. And that will have to do with transparency, ensuring that you're professional in terms of the the umpires and all of that. That first and foremost, you have to convince Nigerians that election is all right. You need to come out to be part because your vote will count different. All right. So number one, the umpires need to be sure that they are getting part, and then there should be it's still part of the responsibility of the umpires. INEC this time around to educate the public in terms of party because voters is becoming another ailment. On election day, some people see that as opportunity to rest. Some just just work. The interest is not high, and I oftentimes whenever I'm in a gathering of people on the street, and let's just do a sense. How many people in this gathering now has a voter's card? You discover that the vast majority don't even have voter's card, and to even those that they use it as means of identification, not necessarily for voting process. So there is no confidence in the voting process, all right, and that's a whole lot. And there's also as regard public participation in election, and Nigerians are not taking it too seriously.
Okay, we're running out of time. Would you say the result transmission system was okay this time around?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Doctor.
Just in rounding up, I want you to speak to INEC, the government, the security agencies, based on what has happened in Ekiti, what we need to do to ensure that the next election is credible in the light of what we have seen in this particular election.
I think the first diff is the fact that the president has to appoint the and there should have been an independent to do that first and foremost, because like you say locally, that even in that way cultivating the ground, you take it to your side. All right. So I think the first thing is ensure that there's a credibility of INEC officials. If the president and politician players are not involved in it, that will do the process a whole lot. But then all the players, particularly the umpires, should understand that history beckons on them to do what is right.
For the security agency, okay, all right.
Thank you so much, Chris. I know that time tells we can continue this discussion, but hopefully you'll be coming back to the studio to conclude on this discussion. Doctor?
Yeah, on this note, I'd like to say that Ekiti has come and gone. At the end of the day, I would say democracy has won. Looking forward to future elections, and thank you, Chris, for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. And so thank you to our viewers out there for joining us on the continuation of This Morning on ITV. I'm Patricia Urumu Gabriels.
Good morning. This is CMI Socials, and need I say a happy Father's Day as we had a celebration during yesterday. Welcome on board. I am Nwoluwapo Stevens. Or better still, call me a social media butterfly. Now, our video for today is a church that has now gone viral after organizing a tug of war between fathers and mothers on Father's Day. Take a look. Now that's a clear case of what a man can do, a woman can do better, and perhaps women are stronger than the men, if you ask me. Anyway, our first story for today would be information coming out from Ekiti State, where they had their election done over the weekend, as Ekiti State Governor Biodu Oyebanji has dismissed critics and opposition figures following his re-election, insisting that electoral victories are determined at polling units and not on social media platforms. Now, speaking on a video shared on its X handle on Sunday, Oyebanji said his victory reflected the will of voters, arguing that those who had performed well in office would naturally earn the people's support. And we had a video circulating all over social media during the course of the election, where we had the APC chairman of Edo State also, playing parts in the election right there in Ekiti State. Well, let's listen to the governor's speech after his victory and move over to another viral video that went on during the course of the election.
There's a saying that a farmer who has diligently tilled the ground do nothing to fear the day of harvest. Characters that have not done anything, they are busy on the social media, there are no polling units on the social media. And yesterday, and I told you that I will not appear on your program, I will speak yesterday and we have spoken. And that's my answer to all the shenanigans on the social media. So if you have done well, people will vote for you. But if you don't have anything to say other than to be going to media houses to grant interviews, telling lies against the government, still on the social media, we're beefing up sentiments. Yesterday was their day of reckoning. So I don't expect them to accept the result, and I don't expect them to.
There are no polling units on social media, and during the course of the election, we had allegations of vote buying from both the ruling party and opposition parties as well. Reacting to this, how did you take this online? Let's see tweet in reaction with this user who wrote, many of these social media attackers may be keyboard warriors, don't have PVC, and many of them are emotional, delusional set of people who lack critical thinking and rational reasoning. They believe that governance is based on emotions, but unbeknownst to them, governance lies in pragmatism. Okay, whatever that means. Now, another user says, but they spend a lot trying to own the same social media. Who is deceiving who? Good question. Well, still on this bit, this user wrote, I keep telling people in my area, if you want your preferred leader to win, go and vote, and stop saying online and saying he go win. Now, finally, this user says on X, most people on social media don't even have voters' cards, but they are the loudest to complain about bad governance. Now, away from that, we'll go over to Oyo State, where hashtag Sunday Igboho has been trending online, and here is why. As confusion has emerged over the fate of victims abducted in Igbope Orelope local government area of Oyo State, after both the local council chairman and the Oyo State Police Command dismissed reports suggesting that the captives had been freed. Now, the claims followed a video circulating on social media on Saturday showing large crowds of residents singing and dancing with Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho. Now, the jubilation was described as a celebration of the release of the victims, a woman and her children and siblings, but they actually are yet to be released following the issuance of a 2-hour ultimatum. Now, basically what this means is we had a report circulating online that the person you can see on the screen, Sunday Igboho, actually rescued victims who were kidnapped after given 2-hour ultimatum. But then again, the police in Oyo State came out to debunk the news. Well, let's look at the video that circulated over the weekend regarding the story.
ẹnìkan lọ yàgbẹ́.
Now, a video of Sunday Igboho combing the forest in Oyo State. Reacting to this, let's see what you have been saying. This user wrote, reacting to the first claim on social media, how did they receive the ultimatum? Interesting question. Now, another user reacting says, those people he warned should be arrested and questioned. They will do it again. They just need to regain their balance and replan. Another user still reacting to this theory wrote, so what's stopping him from giving same ultimatum to teachers and their students? After all, Ogbomoso is part of Oyo State, which is his territory. Well, finally, this user says on Instagram, is that, oh, okay, this one says, okay, be nice. Okay, nice. What about the teachers and kids from Oririri local government area? Really sad. To let you know that it has actually entered the 37 days of being captivity right there in Oririri, a sad one. But away from that, Asari Dokubo has something interesting for Edo State. As a video circulating online where Asari Dokubo names Edo State next front for Ijaw right advocacy. Now, during the 2026 Ijaw Youth Manifesto event in Degema River State, the Ijaw leader and traditional ruler urged action for Ijaw communities in Edo's riverine areas like Ovia Southwest and Ovia Southeast. Take a listen to him.
Our next battleground is Edo State. Our next battleground is Edo State. This organization was not formed for pleasure, was not formed for this sort of thing. We did not form this organization for these fine things. We were going to Arugbo for 3 days and eating raw corn, cassava, everything at Belobu. We ate everything. Ripe and unripe, cooked and uncooked. All the water in Belobu, in the well, everything we drank all. We cannot allow the Jaws in Edo State to continue in the condition that they are. Go and tell them we cannot continue to allow the Jaws to continue in the condition they are. Because government drew a line and said this is Delta, this is Ondo.
Now, reacting to this online, let's see what netizens have been saying to this interesting video. Let's see, with this first reaction that says, we must move away from tribal and ethnic identity politics that only drive a wedge between the poor, allowing politicians to loot our collective wealth. Instead, we need a Nigeria that works for everyone, regardless of tribe or religion. Another user reacting to this viral video says, a nation where opportunistic oppressors are the ones jestingly speaking and fighting for the oppressed. A day will come when all these shenanigans will reach its climax and sanity will take its firm root. Well, finally, this user says regarding the story, wait till were they suffering before, and if they came to work, should they work? No, nobody is stopping them. But if it's the dividend of the state government, it belongs to the Edos and not Ijaws. Go to your state and enjoy yours. Alrighty, we're expecting a feedback from or a response from the Edo state government regarding this interesting story. Now we move over to Anambra State, where Anambra State Governor Dr. Charles Chukwuma Soludo has warned real estate agents in the state who extort tenants after collecting the legally stipulated 10% of yearly rent. Now, he gave this warning while addressing residents, where he said that he had received reports that some agents demand additional charges from tenants even after they have paid their house rent. Take a listen to him.
I will tell you what the law gets. The law about rents and tenancy in Anambra.
In the agent, I think I need an Igbo translator to help me out on whatever he said there. But moving over to tweet and reactions, let's see what you have been saying. With this user who wrote on X, if we could have 2 tweets to this story. This one says, this is a welcome development. Most agents in Nigeria has crippled a lot of households financially. They end up not being able to save financially every year. They aren't different from Yahoo boys. Shalom. Another user reacting to this says, what about the landlords that will just increase rent with over 100%? What about those warned? Well, good question. I think it's not only affecting Anambra State, also in Lagos as well, Edo, in different parts of the country. We're looking forward to the federal government doing the needful regarding that. Now, that's my bit this morning on TMI Socials. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens. And from all of us in This Morning on ITV, please stay safe. We'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, NEC approves 83.2 billion naira to mitigate impacts of flooding, climate-related emergencies. Reps push for intelligence reform with 3 new bills on national security. Relief as woman kidnapped at Benin City vegetable markets regains freedom. Reviews for Edo 8th Assembly as lawmakers mark 3 years in office. Lagos CP Tijani Fatai conducts on-the-spot security assessment at Pan Atlantic University, Lekki. As on the menus on ITV, I am Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network Studio, and joining me from Benin Network Studio is Lawrence. Lawrence, good evening.
Good evening, Charity, and good to have you on the news tonight.
We also have Marcelina from our Lagos Network Studio. Marcelina, good evening.
Beautiful evening to you, Charity, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
Thank you very much. You can watch ITV live online at www.itvradio.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And now the news in details. The National Economic Council, NEC, has approved the sum of 83.2 billion naira for the Anticipatory Action Task Force interventions aimed at mitigating the impact of anticipated flooding and other climate-related emergencies across the country. As Abigail Ajeremi reports, the up for the intervention was given Thursday at the 158th meeting of NEC at the Presidential Villa, Abuja.
The 158th meeting of the National Economic Council was expectedly presided over by Chairman of the Council, Vice President Kashim Shettima. The Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Atiku Bagudu, made a presentation on the need to proactively address issues associated with flooding across Nigeria, particularly during the rainy season. His presentation led to the approval of 83.2 billion naira for the Anticipatory Action Task Force intervention aimed at mitigating natural disasters. Speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima called on states to work with federal government in resolving the logistical and compliance barriers that prevent farm produce from reaching international markets. The Vice President said the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration's reform agenda must now produce visible results across the Federation. Senator Shettima noted that the Council's work must be judged by what changes in the lives of ordinary Nigerians, especially farmers, manufacturers, vulnerable citizens, unemployed young people and children who will inherit the country. The Council noted that the importance of the AATF in addressing disasters and emergencies across the country, underscoring the fact that NEC cannot continue to be seen as always taking reactionary measures with regards to emergency and disaster management. VP Shettima said Nigeria remains a federation moving from stabilization to production, from aspiration to implementation, and from isolated interventions to coordinated national growth. According to him, the agenda before the Council was not a new conversation, but a continuation of the national assignment with greater pressure for action and results. VP Shettima pointed out that a special protection agenda before the Council was an opportunity to convert national conscience into a durable system that protects citizens and strengthens human capital. On exports and production, VP Shettima said Nigeria must stop relying on the export of raw materials while importing finished products from other countries. He maintained that the country's economic transformation depends on a complete value chain linking farms to factories, factories to standards, standards to ports, and ports to markets. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
The House of Representatives says it is committed to strengthening Nigeria's intelligence architecture through effective legislation and stakeholder engagement. Chairman, House Committee on National Security and Intelligence, Honorable Ahmed Satomi, stated this in Abuja during a public hearing on 3 bills seeking to enhance the operations of the Department of State Services, DSS. Ogani Victor reports.
Those bills seek to establish a DSS trust fund to provide sustainable financing for logistics, training, and personnel welfare. Others include the establishment of a Strategic Intelligence Management Institute for professional training and coordination of intelligence officers, as well as a DSS Research and Development Institute to boost indigenous capacity in cybersecurity and intelligence technology.
One addresses the funding, the second addresses the professional training and coordination, and the third addresses the indigenous capacity and technology. Together they aim to position our intelligence agencies and to better protect the Nigerians and Nigerians' national interests.
Declaring the hearing open, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, represented by the House Majority Leader, Professor Julius Ihambere, stressed the need for continuous training and retraining of security personnel, as well as the deployment of modern technology to tackle the country's security challenges.
They recognize that threats facing Nigeria today require more than conventional responses. They demand sustained investment in intelligence capacity, innovation, research, professional development, and institutional resilience.
Stakeholders of the hearing expressed their divergent views on some provisions of the bills, with some calling for amendment and others seeking the deletion of certain clauses.
So I want to suggest that there must be a clarity as to the source of funding
for this new agency that is going to be set up.
We want to underscore the fact that promulgating this bill into law would unintentionally create ambiguity and duplication.
So in my opinion, I think services should seek for funding within.
From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
Still on security matters, the federal government has called for stronger collaboration between the media and security agencies to promote national cohesion and strengthen resilience against security challenges. Security correspondent John Turner reports that Minister of Information and National Orientation Mohammed Idris made the call at the Nigerian Union of Journalists 2-day National Security Summit in Abuja.
Stakeholders from the media and security sectors are gathered in Abuja for a 2-day summit organized by the Nigerian Union of Journalists to deepen dialogue and foster cooperation in addressing the nation's security challenges. The forum provides an opportunity for media practitioners and security agencies to engage on ways of strengthening collaboration towards enhancing national security and development. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, urged media organizations to exercise responsibility in reporting the activities of non-state actors, warning that sensational coverage could amplify fear and panic among citizens.
Nobody is calling for censorship. Nobody is asking the media not to do its job. But we must know that we must have a country to keep. We must have our unity to uphold so that Nigeria can make progress. Please take these terrorists and criminals off your front pages. This is what they crave for, free of charge.
Media executives and practitioners emphasize the need for mutual respect, trust, and sustained engagement between the media and security agencies in the collective effort to build a safer and more united nation.
Meaningful dialogue and collaboration between the media and security agencies are essential for deepening democracy, promoting national unity, advancing the public interest.
Gone are the days that security agencies see those of us in the media as, in quotes, an enemy. We all want the best for Nigeria.
The media influences public perceptions of security operations. Security agencies depend on the public for intelligence, which is shaped by media narratives. Therefore, the relationship must shift from reactive engagement to structured partnership.
The theme of the summit is media and security agencies as partners in nation building. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
You're still watching the news on ITV. Now we take you over to Benin City, where Lawrence is on standby with more stories. Lawrence, over to you.
Thank you very much, Charity. And here in our Benin studio, we'll begin by telling you that the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly and the member representing Owan West constituency, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, has debunked a report of students' abduction at the Holy Trinity Grammar School in Sabongida, Ora. Joy Obarisagmo brings details.
This morning, today 18th of June 2026.
Following an alarm raised on social media in the early hours of June 18, 2026, claiming some students were abducted in Owan West local government area of Edo State, the Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly and member representing Owan West constituency, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, described the online report as false and urged residents to disregard the information.
The first alarm is geared towards bringing down this government. And as a member representing the local government, I want to say that first alarm, the person that raised that first alarm is a very dangerous person. And I want to say that person is saboteur. And the person has been arrested. And I think the person will have to face the law.
Agbebaku assured the public that Governor Monday Okpebholo remains committed to the security of the people of Edo State. The Speaker said security agencies are on ground and actively monitoring schools across Owan West to prevent any breach.
The governor is doing very well in terms of security. That I can tell the people. Owan West is a safe ground for our people to dwell. They should not panic. Children should go back to school. As a member representing that local government, we also go ahead to liaise with the security body to make sure all adequate and necessary security arrangement is activated.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Insecurity and its impact on governance and national development took center stage on this week's edition of 60 Minutes Nigeria as analysts examine the growing challenges facing the country and possible pathways to lasting peace. The report finding by Joy Egwasa is presented by Momosa Ugiagbe.
The guests expressed divergent opinions on the demolition of buildings linked to kidnappings, ritual activities and cultism in Edo State. The discussion highlighted how persistent security threats continue to undermine economic growth, agricultural productivity, investment and food security across Nigeria.
For somebody to wake up in the morning and begin to indulge in evil activities, and I like the way the government is dealing with it, you know, making sure that everybody that are involved are dealt with.
There should be a committee or a judicial reason in place to investigate, not just to say the person confess that I stay in a social house. This is where I live. When the person will not roll the bulldozer there and destroy the house. No, it's not done that way.
Speaking during the program, Bishop Lucky Omonabiesi emphasized the need for a technology-driven approach to security management. He called for the deployment of modern surveillance systems, including CCTV cameras and other digital security infrastructure, while advocating greater involvement of technology experts in strengthening the nation's security framework. In his remarks, His Royal Highness Bako Doguo condemned individuals who aid criminal activities through the provision of fake charms and other forms of support. He stressed that good governance cannot flourish in an atmosphere of fear and insecurity.
Technology can only be said to when the people that study computer science or understand technology in total are employed.
We are not paying attention to security. What they are doing now is high-level kind of kidnapping and stealing. You need camera CCTV that you will be in Benin here. You will be able to watch what is happening now with you.
According to the guests, empowering the youth through jobs and economic opportunities remains one of the most effective long-term strategies for tackling insecurity. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The victim of a recent kidnapping at the vegetable market of Airport Road GRA in Benin City has regained her freedom, while security operatives have arrested one suspect linked to the crime. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo and the Edo State Commissioner of Police CP Monday Agbonika confirmed the successful rescue of the victim during an intelligence-led operation carried out by security agencies. The report filed in by Emmanuel Chegwe is presented again by Ikbowosa Ugiagbe.
Yes. According to authorities, a 32-year-old suspect identified as Marvelous Isaac was arrested in connection with the abduction. Security operatives also disclosed that another suspect was killed during a gun battle that ensued when the criminals attempted to resist arrest. Items recovered from the suspects include a red Lexus RS 350 allegedly used in the kidnapping operation, a pump-action shotgun, live cartridges, a motorcycle, and more than 2 million naira believed to be proceeds from the crime, including ransom money reportedly paid by the victim's family. Security agencies say investigations are ongoing, with efforts intensified to apprehend other members of the kidnapping syndicate still at large. In recognition of the successful operation, Governor Monday Okpebholo presented a cash reward to the police officers involved in the rescue of the victim, commending their bravery and professionalism.
Something very terrible happened on Sunday, and I called the Commissioner of Police and I told him that whoever committed that crime of kidnapping inside Benin City must be arrested. Within 24 hours, those guys has been caught. Now we are going to set up a special court to try kidnappers and cultists. Within 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we are done with it. And I will sign it. Your execution, hanging, I will take you to the roundabout, that is Ring Road roundabout, so that the whole Edo people will see you.
In his comments, Commissioner of Police Monday Agbonika has reassured residents of commitment to strengthening security across the state and bringing criminal elements to justice.
Executive Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo,
who has been very courageous in the fight against kidnapping and the fight against cultism in the state.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Some Edo State residents have described lawmakers in the 8th Edo House of Assembly as a rubber stamp who refuse to deliver excellence to their constituents. The comment came as residents assessed the performance of the legislators on their 3 years in office as they inaugurated the assembly. Efusa Wangwe brings us the details.
They are not doing enough. That's the gospel fact. They are not doing enough. And I see them generally as a rubber stamp.
The 8th Edo State House of Assembly was inaugurated in June 2023 and is currently in its first legislative tenure. The role of the State House of Assembly, as outlined in Chapter 5, Part 2 of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria as amended, serves as the primary legislative arm at the state level. Its core roles include making laws, conducting oversight functions, approving budgets, and providing a check on the executive branch. With 24 single members elected across constituencies of the 18 local government areas, some Edo citizens have lamented poor representation from the 8th Assembly in the past 3 years.
For my own local government, I cannot see his work or his handwork there. It's as if the demand there is non-existent. So we find a situation whereby they are there for their personal gains and aggrandizement. I would have advised that they should be more proactive in the remaining period that they have. But unfortunately, that is not their concern, because they are more concerned about how they will be re-elected.
Actually, from my opinion, what I see today, all those people, they represent themselves and their family. They are not representing with the people that send them.
While the All Progressive Congress holds majority representation, some citizens commended the absence of leadership tussles. They acknowledged unicameral structure but faulted lawmakers for failing to deliver tangible projects and effective oversight.
Edo State House of Assembly, for stability of leadership, I give them 60% or 70%. But generally, in terms of functions, in terms of oversight function, in terms of delivering a dividend of democracy to the grassroots, they have failed.
From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
We'll take you over to our Lagos Network studio where Marcelina is on standby. Marcelina, over to you.
Many thanks, Charity, and welcome to our Lagos Network studio. The Lagos State Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has ordered an immediate waste evacuation operation across the state following growing concerns over the accumulations of waste in several areas. The governor, in a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Boyinga Akonsile, acknowledged the concerns of residents and assured Lagosians that efforts were underway to address the situation. It said the issue has received the highest level of attention from Governor Sanwo-Olu and relevant authorities, stressing that residents deserve a clean, healthy, and environmentally sustainable environment.
Moving on, where residents and traders in Benin City, the Edo State capital, have expressed excitement as Governor Monday Ukpebholo announced plans for the commissioning of the ongoing construction of the Ramat Park flyover in November. The governor, who embarked on an inspection tour of the project, said he was satisfied with the pace and quality of work at the site. The report is presented by Momosa Ugiagbe.
Speaking with journalists after the inspection, Governor Ukpebholo said the construction of the flyover has recorded significant progress, adding that the road network around the project area is also receiving attention.
We've gone around to see how far the construction of Ramat Park is going. Apart from the flyover, you see the network of the road around this area now. This place is more beautiful than the way it was before.
Governor Ukpebholo expressed the hope that President Tinubu will be in Edo State to commission the flyover project, which is the first in the state, adding that the park should also be ready and the area will become a tourist attraction to many people.
President is coming to commission this place by the grace of God in November. That will be my 2 years in the office. Before then, we should have made a lot of progress.
The project manager, Lee Jansho, said the project is over 95% completed and will be ready soon. soon. Janso explained that the remaining works include the installation of street lights, expansion of junctions, road markings, and painting of the bridge.
Percentage of the completion for the flyover is more than 95%. Maybe we use another like 2 weeks or 3 weeks and finish all the remaining small work. So I think we can achieve.
Some residents said the project has transformed the aesthetics of Ikpoba Hill and renewed confidence among residents and business owners.
Nothing like Okpebo. This was very fine. Now not beneath the fine. This is the best governor. Okpebo, Akbakomiza. He tried.
Now the best governor so far in those states. See our flyover. Show you the see him. We never get this kind of one before. Every market day and ordinary day. Hold up, go full this place, but today, no more hold up.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The 3 days free medical outreach sponsored by the founder, Matthew Okpebolo Foundation, Bishop Matthew Okpebolo, as part of activities marking his 76th birthday celebration, has been concluded with several indigent patients treated of various degrees of ailments, including surgical operations. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije reports that the patients who benefited from the gesture were full of praises to the donor.
Leader of the medical team, Dr. Sadolo Asebota, who was on the ground to coordinate the free medical outreach sponsored by Bishop Matthew Okpebolo, said over 21 different cases of surgery were carried out, while other categories of ailment were treated within the last 3 days.
The next few hours, they should be concluding this by the grace of God today, which we should conclude today. Then for the general practice clinic, they are about closing up now. They have to wind up. They also gave out a number of glasses. Over 21 cases of surgeries done. They will clear all the cases by the grace of God.
The founder, Matthew Okpebolo Foundation, Bishop Matthew Okpebolo, said he is fulfilled, being able to meet the medical needs of all the indigent patients who showed up during the medical outreach.
Today, I'm fulfilled that I'm still able to continue to do it. So it's God's favor. I always mention many things about. Anytime you heard from me, I say God is involved. If God is not involved, I won't be doing this one for 30 years, and I'm still doing it. And today, you can see some people. So nothing they are paying, nothing. Everything is free.
I know how it has inspired his children and even his grandchildren. A lot of them even say, oh, the way grandpa used to give out to people, we want to also do that.
Some patients who are recuperating after the surgical operation showered encomium on Bishop Matthew Okpebolo for saving their lives.
Now, something swelled up for my shoulder. Now, yesterday they called me operator and come out. God will bless them.
What I'm passing through is hernia, which yesterday the surgery was successful. Already God have blessed him. Then we pray for long life.
Yesterday they do the surgery and it is successful. They did not collect any money. It's free.
The week-long activities continue with visit to Ubiaja Correctional Center on Friday. From Edenu Irua, Chris Omije, ITV News.
Efforts to tackle unemployment and equip young Nigerians for the future received a boost in Edo State as stakeholders gathered for the Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program NJFP 2.0 Edo Job Fair, themed Building a National Workforce for the Future. The event brought together government officials, private sector employers, development partners, entrepreneurs, and hundreds of job seekers, creating opportunities for networking and career development and also employment. Patience Osarogiwa brings us details.
The Nigerian Jubilee Fellows Program is a federal government initiative supported by the European Union and implemented by the United Nations Development Program UNDP. In his remarks, the Senior Special Assistant to the Vice President on Delivery and Coordination, Mr. Okobo Adegbe, said the federal government remains committed to creating opportunities for young Nigerians.
We have assurance from the UNDP team and employers that the graduates that are here today, they will find a place to work before they leave. That's the assurance that the UNDP team has given
Giving an overview, the head of Inclusive Growth UNDP Nigeria, Claire Henshaw, said the program is designed to bridge the gap between education and employment by connecting young graduates with work placement opportunities, mentorship, and skills development initiatives.
The NGFP program was designed to solve a specific problem in the job market, and that problem is early career experience.
Edo State Coordinator of the program and Commissioner for Finance, Engineer Emmanuel Okobo, represented by the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Efe Isenrien, alongside the Commissioner for Youth Affairs, Honorable Charity Amanyawo, commended the UNDP and NJFP for the initiative.
I also want to specifically appreciate His Excellency, Senator Monday Okpebholo, for creating the enabling environment that has allowed initiatives such as NJFP 2.0 to thrive in Edo State.
Participants took part in career guidance sessions, employability workshops, and direct interactions with prospective employers, while organizations exploit opportunities to recruit qualified young professionals.
Jubilee program. I love the initiative. They're very intentional about the growth and the well-being of Nigeria youth. So for us, all that program just align 100% with what we currently do at Junior Sub and Better Work.
From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Despite the ongoing conflict surrounding the kingship stool in Iwu Town, it's a central local government area of Edo State. The kingmakers, chiefs, elders, women, and youths have reaffirmed their unity and unflinching support for the Onoji of Iwu, His Royal Highness Barrister Abdulrazak Ujefo III. The development was re-echoed during an enlarged meeting held at the town hall in Iwu. William Siama tells us more.
Addressing the gathering, the Secretary, Ewu Development Association Worldwide, Dr. Uzoya Okogbosu, went down memory lane on how an Onoji in Ewu is crowned and installed by the kingmakers. Dr. Okogbosu, an associate professor of history and international studies, head of department, Ambrose Ali University Puma, explained that the National Executive Committee of Ewu Development Association, in conjunction with chiefs, elders, and natives, home and abroad, have resolved to unite behind the recognized Onoji, His Royal Highness Barrister Abdulrazak Isesele Ujefo III, despite the conflict spearheaded by one Prince Jafaru Isesele Ujefo.
Right from the ancient period, again, the sole and irreversible ancestral law for the kingship system in Ewu Kingdom is that once an heir apparent is crowned and installed as King Onoji.
In his remarks, the Okumagbe, also known as the Unifier of Ewu and President Elu Kide Social Cultural Association Ewu, Chief Jerome Idiata, said Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo should be properly briefed as regards the tradition and culture of Ewu people.
The throne of Ewu, all you see the reigning Onoji on the throne. All you the reigning Onoji in Yana. I really already. The throne of Ewu. All the economic tree, all the motolo, all the revenue.
He didn't just go to that position. He was born as Onoji right from birth, and he has passed through the process necessary for that position. He grew up at Okokomon. He and his last Onoji.
William Siam, ITV News.
Primary and secondary school students across Edo State are set to benefit from increased educational opportunities as the numbers of scholarship awards for winners of the 2026 ITV and Radio Inter-Schools quiz, debate and essay competition has been doubled. The commitment was announced by the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Edo State Government, Honorable Pius Alile, who is the sponsor of the annual competition, during a courtesy visit by members of the Special Event Committee of Independent Television and Radio, led by the Chairman and Deputy General Manager Special Events, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun. Thomas Sado has details.
The team visited Honorable Pius Alile's office
to brief him on the preparation for the 2026 edition of the competition. Speaking during the visit, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun described the competition as one of ITV Radio's strategic investment in the future of young Nigerians. He noted that the initiative is designed to sharpen the intellectual capacity, confidence and public speaking skills of students while promoting academic excellence. Dr. Okosun added that the 2026 edition will feature an expanded format, providing opportunities for more schools from the 3 senatorial districts of Edo State to participate.
This scholarship that you're extending to some of these children will define their lives, will define what they will become. But the child that you gave a meaning to his life will never forget you. And by virtue of that, God will never forget you. So I want to thank you again for all the support and solicit for more support this year, because we want to make it bigger, more grandiose, and better than all we did.
Responding, Honorable Pius Alile commended independent television and radio for sustaining a program that goes beyond classroom learning to nurture leadership qualities and critical thinking among students. He aligned the initiative with the educational and human capacity development objectives of Governor Monday Okpebholo's SHINE agenda.
When there are programs like this, people don't talk about it. They talk about those things that have not been done or those things that have not been addressed. Then the truth of the matter is that people go to university and see how students have accessed this loan. Students are happy that that provision is there. So we need to commend the effort of the federal government.
High point of the event was the formal presentation of the proposal for the 2026 ITV Radio Interschools Quiz Debate and Essay Competition to Honorable Pius Alile, Deputy Chief of Staff to Edo State Governor. Thomas Sado, ITV News.
A cross-section of Nigerians have expressed mixed reactions over the introduction of a strict anti-defection policy by the Nigerian Democratic Congress, the NDC, mandating all candidates, including presidential and legislative aspirants, to sign indemnity bonds and sworn affidavits that requires any NDC candidate who wins election to vacate their seats if they dump the party for another platform. Joy Obarisiagmo brings the report.
Look at the Democrat and Republican in America. They don't live each other. When you win me today, tomorrow I may win you tomorrow. That's how it goes over there. But here now, where the platform at which you use to enter the position, sooner or later, they will just dump the party and enter a new party. It's not good. And it is a good precedent, and it's a good thing for our democracy. And I urge all other parties to emulate.
The anti-defection policy unveiled by the NDC National Chairman Moses Cleopas during an indemnity signing ceremony at the party's National Secretariat in Abuja on Tuesday is a policy that makes signing the bond a precondition for uploading candidates' names to INEC portal. Proponents of the policy described it as a healthy precedent that would strengthen democracy. Legal experts, however, expressed concern over constitutional complexities surrounding the policy. Benin City-based constitutional lawyer Barrister Douglas Ogbankwa comments.
The Constitution giving you an opportunity to leave if there was a division in a political party is actually in consonance with Section 40, which gives you freedom to associate. That is why you see when you are contesting the candidature of a party, you are saying that, no, this is not the candidate of a party, that you are the candidate. The Supreme Court has said in Lere and APC and other, local classicals, that it's only a political party that can say who its candidate is.
Comrade Martins Oname, National Director of Research and Publicity for Human Rights Defenders Organization in Warri, welcomed the ideology binding defectors to vacate elected seats. He argued that frequent post-election defections have weakened party structures and betrayed voters' trust, adding that NDC's move could restore accountability in the political system.
It will help us to stabilize our democracy. So it is a very good thing, so that defection will be highly minimized.
A Lagos-based legal practitioner, Barrister Dami Damola, said defection and cross-carpeting is constitutional and there is a need for transparency and accountability.
They are only trying to create a safeguard, and trying to ensure the fact that, the rule of law is strictly adhered to.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
Chairman, Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, BON, Mr. Tony Akiotu, says arrangements have been perfected to ensure a seamless digital recently launched in Abuja. Mr. Akiotu made the statement on a breakfast show program this morning on ITV while commenting on the implications of the digital switch for the broadcast industry. The BON chairman said most television stations are on digital terrestrial transmission, pointing out that BON has received assurance from the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, the NBC, and other government ministries.
We have received the assurances of the National Broadcasting Commission and the retailing agency, the Ministry of Information and National Orientation, that this is what will happen in the next 18 months as we experiment with digital migration.
And officers of the Edo State Security Corps have arrested some suspected vendors in Ifandion community and Atanti quarters in Urumi, Esa Northeast local government area of Edo State. The Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun said the suspects were arrested with exhibits. Jonah Omoruwa tells us more.
The Deputy Corps Commander, Edo State Security Corps, Balogun Richard, said the suspects on June 11th and 12th, 2026 at Efadion Community and Antati Quarters in Uromi, Esan East Local Government Area were arrested while vandalizing and stealing iron rods from a pottery and cables from residential houses.
Who cut that wall for that fence?
Na me quarter. The only thing 90 me say make a quarter.
But you say they carry you go court.
They carry me go court.
For court to where?
To court for prison.
So that everybody has neglected me and abandoned me. So I did go there sometimes to spend some time. So that was where I saw two wires.
In a related development, officers of the Corps on a routine patrol arrested another alleged motorcycle thief. He was trailed to an uncompleted building where he dismantled the motorcycle and sold the parts as condemned iron.
When they hold you for phone when you collect?
Huh?
You dig ground? Where the phone?
You don't give the owner since.
Okay, you don't give the owner the phone.
Yes, this one also. I used to come for us. I've been accused.
See what you do. You follow me. Person, when you set this engine for, you tell us. This engine of this machine.
This morning I never.
Not be. Not.
I don't know it be engine.
Okay, get up. Maybe you come. Show me your place where you live.
The suspect and exhibits have been handed over to Amedohian Police Division for further interrogation.
Across the state, we are monitoring investigations are still on all over. So we give a sufficient time that we will not find out the outcome. I will get report from my commanders across the state, but they are following up.
Other suspects arrested at several other locations in the state, according to the Deputy Corps Commander, will be prosecuted. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Let's now walk you through the world of business and sports. In business, where oil prices tumbled again after U.S. President Donald Trump and the Iranian counterpart signed off on a deal to end their war and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The news boosted optimism for a lasting peace between the two nations after more than 3 months of war that has rattled energy market and fueled a fresh spike in inflation. However, the upbeat mode on trading floors was tempered by expectations that the Federal Reserve will hike interest rates before the year's end after its new boss held its first policy meeting and acknowledged persistently high prices are a burden for the American people. The deal will see Washington commit to immediately waive oil sanctions and facilitate the release of a $300 billion reconstruction fund, while Tehran agrees to dilute its enriched uranium as talks on the longer-term agreement are held. Crude fell more than 1% on Thursday, extending the losses sustained since the news broke out at the weekend. Both main contracts have plummeted more than 15% last week when talks of an agreement between swellings. However, equities were mixed as they struggled to maintain the positive momentum seen this week following the Federal's latest policies meeting that saw hold its rate to expected, but indicates it could hike in the next 6 months. And to the exciting world of sports, let's now join Solomon Aina to bring us more updates in the world of sport.
And on sport news, Ivory Coast striker Eli Wahi will miss the team's second FIFA World Cup match against Germany after Canadian authorities denied him entry into the country due to an ongoing investigation in France. The 23-year-old forward is under investigation over alleged match fixing during a French Ligue 1 match between Nice and Metz in May, where suspicious betting activities was linked to him receiving a yellow card. Although he was questioned by French police and later released, investigation remained ongoing. Despite the probe, Wahi was included in Ivory Coast World Cup squad and played 55 minutes in the Elephants' 1-0 win over Ecuador. However, the visa refusal means he will be unavailable for the crucial clash against Germany. The Ivorians Football Federation confirmed the development, making Wahi the second player at the tournament to be denied entry into Canada after Ghana's Thomas Partey. Nigerian's Chukwuebuka Enekwachi continues impressive form in the international athletic circuit with a second-place finish in the men's shot put event at the Ostrava Gold Spike meeting in Czech Republic. Enekwachi recorded the season-best throw of 21.43 meters to claim silver behind Italy Leonardo Fabri, who won the event with 21.91 meters. New Zealand Tom Walsh finished third with a throw of 21.26 meters. The result adds to a strong season for the Nigerian shot put star, who recently won gold at the Namensky Memorial in Russia with a throw of 21.27 meters. He also placed fifth at the LA Grand Prix after registering 21.33 meters. Enekwachi's latest podium finish at one of Europe's top athletics meeting further highlights his consistency and growing momentum ahead of major international championship later this season. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aina.
And with that sports report, to call it a wrap on the ITV network news for tonight, on behalf of my colleagues Charity Tanku in Abuja and Messelina Onko in Lagos, I am Lawrence Asifu, thanking you for being a part of the news. From all of us here, do have a beautiful night rest. Good night.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps. Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sotun rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We're talking about something you don't hear every day. Climate change is preventive medicine. I know you all will be wondering, how does that relate? But we're going to be looking at climate change as preventive medicine. When our air, water, and neighborhoods get stressed by heat, floods, or bush burning, or even garbage burning, because most of us burn garbage. Instead of getting the garbage collectors to do their tricks, we just decide to burn garbage. So when we do all of this, definitely, you know, when our air, our water, our neighborhoods get stressed by heat, flood, bush burning, garbage burning, and all of that, our health gets the heat. Our heads definitely get the heat. So joining us this afternoon, joining us from Ega Local Government Environment Department, it's Sanitarian Egwavoin Osazuwa, is Assistant Chief Environmental Officer stroke Deputy President, Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, Edo State Branch, or Edo State Chapter, as the case may be. Is the one with us today, and we're going to be asking him some questions. He's part of the team who are usually behind the scene. We don't see them often, so they are usually behind the scenes to keep those environmental risks from becoming hospital visits. And we must thank him and his team and other sanitarians everywhere in Edo State for doing their job very well. So let's start with the big question, Sanitarian. How is climate change already showing up in our environment, in the places you have inspected? So how is climate change already showing up? What should be our concern?
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
You know, climate change is the prolonged shift in the weather condition that has an adverse effect in our environment, especially we that live in the environment. These are things that happens due to our activities as human.
Okay.
And wherever we are as human, we need to keep that environment clean.
Okay.
We need to make sure that environment remain greener so that it will not have a negative impact to us as the people living in that area.
Okay, for a family or a group of persons watching right away, they may not understand everything you have just said now. So what does it really mean? What does it mean day to day? What does it really mean to a family watching, or a father or a mother or children that are watching presently? What does all of this mean to them?
Okay, climate change, as I earlier said, the result to actions that we as humans have done to the environment, the activities we do day in, day out. Like we that are in this environment, we need not to carry out refuse burning, because refuse burning as individual will lead to environmental pollution, and you know we have greenhouse gases that are trapped into the atmosphere. These greenhouse gases, they will go to the ozone, and they will begin to eat up the ozone layer. And the ozone layer is
already depleted.
It's already depleted, and is the shield that covers human from the direct ultraviolet ray. So as human, if you deplete the ozone by burning refuse, certainly it will have impact on us back.
All right. Last week Friday was World Environmental Sanitation Day and all of that. Please walk us through that.
Oh, I want to really appreciate the United Nations for Environmental Program for finding it as a point of duty to always commemorate the World Environment Day. No, World Environment Day is to create awareness to everybody in the environment, to know that it is our duty to keep the environment clean, to keep the environment more healthier, because if you do anything to the environment, it will go back to you as an individual. So the thing you give to the environment surely has a repercussion that will come back. It is like a mirror. Whatever you do to the environment, it's like a mirror. Someone looking at his or herself.
Yes.
It will come back. Certainly, it will come back.
Okay, so with that in mind, most people think of climate as an environmental issue. And then why should we not start thinking of it as preventive medicine?
Oh, yes, preventive medicine, in the sense, we are not going to apply medicine as a doctor, we apply medicine.
Okay.
You know, we have levels of health care. We have the preventive aspect. We also have the curative.
Okay.
You know, the preventive belongs to the environmental health officers and other preventive officers. You know, like the climate change we are talking about, it is the sole responsibility of environmental health officer to ensure that the environment is not being depleted, it's not being tampered with, because anything that makes a man tampers with the environment, certainly it will lead to different health challenges to the person. Just like what I said before now, if you decide to practice open burning regularly, what you have succeeded in doing, you have released greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and certainly these gases will be trapped into the atmosphere, and when rain fall, certainly it will now lead to acid rain. You remember those days when we were small, when we drink rainwater, when we drink rainwater, you see the greenhouse gases that are being trapped in the atmosphere. When it comes back to the roof of an individual and is being tapped as a source of water supply, certainly the person is going to consume acid rain. So it's a way of preventing health issues. If we are able to keep our climate, if we are able to make sure our climatic conditions are intact.
Okay, so you talked about rainwater. Let me say, the climate of today, the world of today, is it still convenient and healthy to drink rainwater?
The truth is that it is still convenient. Depends
all of the acids in the atmosphere.
Yeah, depend on how you tap from the source of the water. Like when it's raining, you don't just tap it directly like that. You allow it to rain and rain and rain. After it rains for about 20 to 30 minutes before you can now take that water. It's still okay like that.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. Now, from your office as an assistant chief sanitarian, what's the clearest example of climate change that is already showing in the public space, in the public health care space?
Yes, the first one is people, we have waste managers all over the place, especially in the local government. Yes. The first one is people practicing open burning. It is a problem to them and the general public if they still continue to practice such a thing. You also see people doing deforestation where they're supposed to plant trees. They fell trees, and these trees, they bring out what we call oxygen, and that is the air we're supposed to breathe in, the oxygen, and the carbon dioxide that we as humans breathe out. It is what the plant and the trees needs for their survival.
Their survival. Wow. Okay, now we talked about the depletion of the ozone layer. Before the rain started, now the weather was very hot. Everywhere was really hot. People were going about with heat rashes and all of that. With that in mind, how is our food safety in restaurants, even at homes where food easily gets spoiled and all of that?
You see, nowadays, you see the weather getting hotter. You see it getting hotter. Even sometimes you may not even know which is rainy season, which is dry season, because of the activities of human. It is the same activities of human. Like a situation whereby you see vehicles that are on transit, they bring out those greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide. Yes. Then these gases will make the weather to be hotter. And when the weather is hotter, you see foods decide to spoil. And when food spoils and is being consumed, disease is bound to occur, especially canned foods. Okay. You see somebody just preparing food a particular day, and the next moment you see there is spoilage. These are some of the issues that occur when they are hotter climatic condition.
Okay, now cities are usually hotter than villages and other areas that are not so developed as like the rural areas, so to speak. Is it what we're doing in the city that is causing all of this? Don't forget that even in rural areas there are issues of bush burning and all of that in preparation for farming season, which happened not too long ago. There was a lot of bush burning. How does that affect city life and rural life?
Okay, the major issue now is urbanization. You see, people don't want to stay in the village again. Because they have one or two relatives in the cities. They want to go to the city to enjoy city lives. And city life also have their own challenges. When people migrate from the village to the city, it's what we call urbanization, urban explosion. You see the population will just explode at once. And the activities of human, the same activities of human leads to this environmental pollution, just like as I said before. Like you see vehicles moving. You hardly see much vehicle in villages. If you count Benin City now, you see the number of vehicles in Benin City. You see the various gases that are released from the exhaust. You see, and if peradventure there is still more urban explosion. In fact, I just can't say what may happen in the nearest future. So in that regard, that is why we always advocate that we need to also remedy it in one or two ways, but also planting trees, ensure that we limit these vehicles that emit carbon. You can also be involved in cycling, so that the gases.
Just imagine me cycling from Ring Road to Oluku. I mean, it's going to be one kind, you know.
It happens in developed country. It happens
because their roads are good.
It happens.
The security is okay. You know, imagine closing at 8 o'clock and you say you're cycling 8 p.m. You're cycling back to Bowo or you're cycling back to Ring Road area.
I still commend some persons. They engage in cycling in Benin City here. They still engage in cycling. So if we can engage
as a professional cyclist or just individual,
they still engage in it.
Okay, Sanitary Agwavon, let's take a short break here. When we come back, we will continue with our show. Do stay tuned. Alright, thank you for staying tuned. We're still on the program Healthy Living, and I am talking to Sanitarian Egwavon Osazuwa. The next question I would like to ask now is that, talking about our environment today, right now, as we're here in the studio, who is most at risk right now in our communities?
Everyone. We are almost
every one of us.
Yes, irrespective of the gender.
That's huge and scary.
Yes, we all depend on how we can also be able to keep our environment. If we keep our environment very well.
So how do we keep this our environment now?
By ensuring that we don't engage in open burning of refuse.
Now, who is checkmating all those persons who are involved in open burning, garbage burning? The other day, somebody was burning garbage around my area and the smoke was everywhere. Who is responsible in checkmating all of that person? Because I, as a member, there was nothing I could do. The person will tell you that I'm burning this garbage in my compound, all right? Even though the smoke emanating from that is clouding everywhere. But the person is in his compound. Yes. So who is checkmating all of that?
Yes, the environmental health officer is responsible in checkmating these nuisances. They are saddled with the responsibility of conducting routine sanitary house-to-house inspection.
But we hardly see them. We see them mostly at restaurants, eateries and all of that, bakeries. We don't see them going down houses. I see them around my area, but no one has ever come to the compound or come to any house on that street.
You know, the truth is that they still go around. They still go around. Especially if you look at it now, we are grossly inadequate. The environmental health officers, they are grossly inadequate. As we are here now, they are all over everywhere. The 18 local government of Edo State, they are going from house to house, conducting their routine sanitary inspections.
Okay.
From premises to premises. You know, we have regulated premises. We also have residential premises. Like the regulated premises, like what you just mentioned, the restaurant, these are premises that are regulated. You know, if they are not regulated, you see, disease can occur. Outbreak of disease can occur. But when they also go from house to house, they ask of the owner of houses or the caretaker. And when the caretaker is not on ground, they can ask of the most senior person in the premises. And when the person has answered them, they can issue a notice to abate any nuisance if any nuisance is being found in that premises.
Okay, do we have to wait for outbreak of a disease before we take action? Why is it that most times we are usually reactive, we are not proactive when it comes to disease control?
Yes, as I earlier said, we are proactive, especially we as preventive doctors. I can say we are preventive doctors.
Okay, let me ask you this question from an angle. Let me corner you now. You know, during the Ebola, COVID-19 and all of that, when you go to public places, you see designated tap where you go wash your hands. You see where there are no taps, there are buckets with sanitizers and all of that. I can tell you for free that those measures now, the water thing has disappeared from public spaces. You don't find them in schools anymore. You don't find them in government offices. You don't find them in marketplaces. You don't find them anywhere as we speak now, because there's no outbreak of any disease now. Abi?
Yeah.
True or false? True. There's none now. Okay, we're hearing that there is Ebola now in DR Congo, yes, and it has killed quite a number of persons. Some are hospitalized already. It is crisis, so to speak, in that country. And we have border with many of these countries. People travel, Nigerians travel, other persons will come into the country with our porous borders and all of that. Now, how do we checkmate all of this? Now we have abandoned preventive measures. Nobody is washing hands again. Everybody is shaking hands freely and all of that. Nobody is covering nose and all of that. So walk us through that, sir.
Okay, you know, the mentality of human, we always believe that once there is an episode of a disease outbreak, they can always take a preventive measure, and of which the environmental health officers will have always been going out to sensitize the general public from schools to schools, marketplace to marketplace. And that's why you see every Mondays we go from market to market. In the local government, we go. And
how many enforcements have you done so far as regards hand washing and general sanitation?
Yes, there is still enforcement in place. Yes. And when we go to these markets, we tell them to ensure that they maintain a high standard of both personal and environmental hygiene by ensuring they do regular washing of hand, because whatsoever thing that your hands have touched, and if it gets to the mouth, and if the hand is infected, a disease is bound to occur.
Okay, so one last question before I let you go. If nature is medicine, as we are advocating, what's your prescription as a sanitarian for this city, for Edo State in general, in the next 10 years? Let's see your projection.
Okay, by the grace of God, health is wealth. A healthy people is a healthy people is a wealthy nation.
Okay.
Yes. Like what I would prescribe is the first one, to ensure that every individual plant a tree. Plant a tree. Flowers.
I'm just wondering where
around
you plant trees in some houses where you hardly find place to park your car.
Yes, you see, the truth is that some persons, they overbuild their house instead of making it a very smaller one, and also ensuring they plant trees and flowers. But they will tend to just build it because of their own personal gain, not knowing that they are also going to use it to affect themselves. And when you plant that particular tree or flower around the environment, you remember those days when you are coming from a far distance and it is sunny and the sun is very hot, and you come to a particular place where there is tree and there is shade there, you see the kind of air, the fresh air, the nature that comes out from that particular tree. So that is my prescription to the general public.
All right, Senator Bravo, this is where we wrap it up on our show. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us today on the program.
Thank you so much.
And for you watching and also listening, because you can turn on your television and just be listening without watching, a word they say is enough for the wise. The one that concerns you to keep the climate safe for you, for your unborn children, and your generation next. Do, so that the world will be a pleasant place to live in. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, it is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Since May 29, 1999, Nigeria has had 27 years without military interruption. And of course, that's the
Certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite rendezvous for guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about the
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
We are once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects. And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, you know, jealousy and insecurity. All right, now there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, you know, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah, okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure. Yeah. But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want, and because of that, I start hating. Okay. I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call mood swing. Okay. Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy. Okay. Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think, or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. Oh. But for insecurities, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I mean casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that. Okay. This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse. Okay. I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it. Okay. It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yes, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way. Like I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance. Right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing. Okay. Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care if another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect. And so we cannot excuse it.
What inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he
Mm.
talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what brings witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his
I
presence?
feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode, and will become better, will become partners and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it.
Okay.
We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
Then there is always a repercussion. There is always something.
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right.
I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
and sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But again, we are not here for Bible study.
All right. In case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you are entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think that's bringing to the context of relationship right now. So, but for a relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating.
Okay.
Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes.
Nothing is cast.
Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand?
Okay.
But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there, you're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this majorly comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous.
Okay.
That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. Now, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't really talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right, go on. Okay, so the point I'm trying to make is I think they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not so, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to wow. Definitely, what's going on here? You understand? Yeah. But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman, because this is the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract, and then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're saying that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one. And I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area that is insecure. I can go into, like I've told them, I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing, I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I'm just being insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand?
Right.
So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There's nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand that there's nothing. It doesn't breed anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what, you understand? Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you
will.
But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn, yeah. Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far, who the person that it will eventually get to his turn. But the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop them, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved, that one it will never get to that person's turn. So that is, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analogy so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, you know, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, you know, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019 we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that. It's
smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there. So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person you want to, but no, I know there's a process. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, you know, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. One thing is the laziness, the mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought process and mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great things and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certificate as some of them got.
True.
But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process, and this one, and he's now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also a learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it as a what makes this person outstanding, then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy a car.
In other words, it might not even be the same.
No. You may buy a car, and I come around, maybe you see my features, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, so all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your life. And so one time this one succeeds here, you are envious of this one succeeds, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculations. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication, yes.
Communication, yes. Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got, you understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier, like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many successes you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this. And then you become contented, because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. Small big girl. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous, and then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Bennett, like, I like what I say, and he's like, Don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself, and then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity, okay? No, we are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success, okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
A pleasure to have you join us today on the program, Woman to Woman. I'm Adisuwa Sawagia. Today on the program, we're going to be looking at something that hurts the women most. And by hurting the women, is also hurting families around the world. It is not something that is restricted to just one part of the world. It is everywhere. When it happens, it is women that suffers. And be rest assured that once one woman suffers, the whole nation is also suffering. We're looking at this topic today, human trafficking, kidnapping as a direct sourcing mechanism for sex slavery in Nigeria. That is what we're going to be looking at today. And I have my guest in the studio already. Join me to welcome Sister Helen Alehoji, SSS Project Full Life member. It's a pleasure to have you join us today, Sister.
Thank you.
And I also have Doris Oyinyechi Ogbaifon. She is a public analyst and then the founder of Society for Empowered Youth Development. A pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you for
It's been a while, and thank God we were able to catch you. Catch you to join us on this program. So this topic is quite interesting, and hopefully we'll be able to pass messages across to the powers that be in our society so as to be able to help women. So sister, walk us through this issue.
Thank you.
So talk to us about this issue.
Okay. You know, this
because I know that SSH project is working really hard on kidnapping and human trafficking. Yes, so talk to us.
Yeah, you know, our congregation have passion for the upliftment of the downtrodden womanhood. So this trend in the society of girls being trafficked outside our country to Europe for exploitation, and this vulnerable victim due to poverty in the society, they are forced to see themselves in such situation.
Yes.
And so, looking at our own belief, what we stand for as a congregation, we decide to fight against this menace in the society.
So how are you fighting it? That is what we want to know, because every day you hear people get kidnapped. There are women, there are children, there are young girls amongst all of those persons, and most often the time it is the young girls, the women that are either trafficked for sex or used as sex slave. So tell us a story of somebody or people who got trafficked, who, I don't want to call them victims now, the survivors. How did you deal with them? How did you tell us from the story of rescue to how they were integrated into the society again, because it can be very traumatizing.
Yes, you know, four of us through a campaign against human trafficking, they were able to get some of the victims who were courageous enough to come out and tell us their stories. And the story is not something that is palatable to hearing, because it is, in fact, it's scary. And with this story we give us this passion, you know, to go out and then seek for those who are victims of this human trafficking. And those who want to come out, come to us, and then going into their history, their experiences. First and foremost, what we see they need is a healing. We begin with the healing processes.
Okay. All right, let me come to you, Doris, because I had to write your own question down, because we've been talking about this for some time. Now, you know, how is kidnapping used to force women into sex slavery in Nigeria? Talk to us about it.
Okay, you know, considering the means, the three elements involved in human trafficking that we normally know as the means, the act, and the purpose. If you look at how human trafficking is perpetrated, you understand that it involves recruitment, transportation, harboring, you know, persons on refugee, as in against their wish. And these persons are deceived into either sexual exploitation, organ harvest, or even domestic servitude. So when a crime of such is reported, you look at the three elements to decipher if it is actually a case of human trafficking, which has to do how was the people recruited. Were they taken from one point to the other? You know, these are stories. From the stories the victim will tell you, you will establish all these facts. And you understand, you will also ask the person to understand what he or she was doing while in captivity, while under the control, while the person is being harbored and controlled by the trafficker itself.
Yes.
So you understand, you could be able to say, okay, if it's a woman, majority of them are trafficked for sexual exploitation, that is sex trafficking, where they are being used to work as a commercial sex workers or prostitution, and whatever they make, the trafficker collects every dime. Then if it is a man, you will also have to understand if the purpose was for domestic servitude or cheap labor, forced labor, domestic servitude, all is in the essence of cheap labor.
Yes.
And many of them, whatever they also work, their master collects or even
modern day slavery.
When we say cheap labor, I'm going to break it down. Let's say, for instance, as an undocumented migrant or someone who is not familiar to an area where you are taken to, and you are forced to work in certain place, and your movement is controlled.
It's restricted.
Yes. If the minimum wage, let me use Nigeria as an example. If the minimum wage is 70,000, okay, you will see those people, those vulnerable group that are victims, working maybe in construction sites, in restaurants, as the case. Even girls also fall victim of this domestic servitude or cheap labor. You see them being paid peanuts, and most times it's also their madam, the trafficker, that also collects this profit or this income, these resources. So you see this set of people being used. Their movement is restricted. Their freedom is not there because they are being controlled, harbored in a certain place. And you can still understand that some of them even change their identity. When they get them, first thing they do is to force them to change their name. Let's say those that their biological names that their parents gave them or guidance gave them is Faith. You see majority of them changing it to Victoria. So, and they feel this uncomfortable and sense of this intimidation, that they find it difficult to freely associate with other people because they are living under constant threat and abuse.
Okay,
so I will come there where you said the link between the kidnapping and trafficking, human or sex trafficking. Okay, the link here is this. This crime is something that is not static. It changes. Traffickers always change the dynamics of their crime. You know how they perpetrate this evil. So now the trend is now shifting from that force or deceit in terms of recruitment. When they are recruiting, you know, normally traffickers have
their
tactics,
style, they have their tactics, they assist them.
Yes, at which they use to talk these young girls and young boys into this, to deceive them. That deception is now, that deception is fading away. You see the link now becoming coercion, more of coercion,
more force.
Physical adoption. You see the physical adoption taking place. It's either maybe travelers are on their way to their destination, and these people, these bandits or these terrorists jump out, come out with their guns and adopt these people physically. And when these persons are adopted, you can always know, if you have listened to the accounts of victims, those who have been rescued or even they paid ransom to gain their freedom back, you listen to the account of the ordeal they passed through. From the point of that physical adoption, there is this movement where they are taken from that point. They migrate them, they take them forcefully, they march them to a different location. And when they get, they don't even stay in one destination. They keep moving, changing positions in the bush. And while they are doing so in the bush, most times they separate the male from the female. And these female are being subjected to rape. They rape them to a stupor. Yes, they rape these women. So you now see the purpose at which these people come for this physical adoption. Number one, you know, I told you that before you establish that a crime has been committed, human being has been trafficked, there must be these three elements that has to be established. Do you get? So you now see the adoption, coercion. The means at which they did it was through coercion, physical adoption. You will now begin to also establish the fact that they have been taken from one point to the other, transported either through foot or even with vehicle. You see somebody being adopted on the road, and they force the person to enter a vehicle, and they move from that point to a different location. Okay, and the person's movement while in captivity or in custody is being restricted. Most of these victims are being chained or even surrounded with guns, making sure that they do not escape or they do not move without the permission of their adopters. So you see the fact of the means being established. You see the fact of the purpose. And apart from the female victims who are double, I always call them double victims. Exactly. Okay. This set of people are being raped to stupor. They serve as sex tool for these adopters. And at the same time, they also pay ransom to gain their freedom. Do you understand? Majority of them are also being tortured, abused. Apart from the sexual abuse and harassment, they also pass through physical abuse. So you see the female victim passing through double jeopardy while in captivity. So that is where the link.
Somebody once said that being born a woman is a problem on its own. Yeah. We'll take a very short break. When we come back, we'll come and talk about the young girl that whose story went viral on social media, who told the father, don't pay ransom, that she was going to kill herself already. So we'll take that short break now. When we come back, we'll talk about that. Kidnapped or trafficked for sex and all of that, you know, it hurts so much that being a woman is a problem on its own. All right, surviving in this kind of environment, it's huge. It used to be so sweet for a woman to walk freely, be happy and all of that, but nowadays it's not like that. So you just said that we've moved away from deceit. You deceive them, but some are still being deceived to travel out of the country, particularly now that the country is being bedeviled by a lot of negative factors, okay? Some people are still being trafficked. In fact, some are offering themselves to be trafficked. You know, I've heard some people say, is it not better to go do it abroad than stay here and you don't get gains and all of that? So what are the tactics you use, sister, to kind of dissuade these girls from that part of life?
As I earlier said, from the healing process.
No, what are the things you tell those girls, or what advocacy are you involved in letting those girls who want to offer themselves? You know, there are girls who just want to offer themselves on a platter of gold. Say, any day I die, I need to go there. You know, so how do you tell them to hold back? Explain to them that what you are going there for is not as you see it too. So what are those things you have been telling young girls?
Through the campaign program, we let them know the danger they are to face. If they are involved in
do you tell them anything about real life stories that you people have handled?
Yes, we do. But even at that, you see some, just as you said, who are still willing to tell you because of poverty, their dad or their mom is sick, and they are
there's always a story. There's always a story to do what they want to do.
Rely on them, and so they have no choice but to look for how to survive and make money to them. So we try to encourage them. They'll tell them, no, you don't have to do this in order to cater for your family.
Okay.
There's a better way
to do things
which you can take to make you live a good life and to settle down and do whatever you want to do.
Okay, let me come to you now, Doris. There's this story of a young girl, you know, I think I saw the picture in her NYC uniform and all of that, was abducted, ransom was asked for, and the story says the girl talked to the father and said, don't pay ransom, that she was, however, going to kill herself because she has been raped multiple times. Multiple times. I think a 23 or 25-year-old girl, that goes the story. So that story brings to bear what young women go through, what does our gender go through. So I wanted to speak to that story because some persons have criticized the young girl, you know, the action she took, that why would she want to end her life, pay ransom and come home. But that young girl is damaged emotionally, spiritually, physically. She is damaged. So speak to this story and speak to government on the need, speak to the powers that be on the need to make it easy to live this life, to live this country as a woman. It's so sad. To be honest with you, each time I wrap my head around what female adopters, as in female victims of this banditry, terrorism, and
even war and all of that, once there is conflict, the women suffer.
I always feel so bad about it. It's not only the young girl. I've had the opportunity to listen to other accounts from freed female victims. It's not usually funny, and it always gives me a burnout each time I listen to any of them. It's quite unfortunate that we have several laws that the implementation becomes a big problem in this country. Even as we speak, the Criminal Code Act, both the acts and the law in Edo State prohibits terrorism. It's so sad. And we also have the Terrorism Prevention Act in Nigeria, both Edo States, which we recently also worked on, that the governor is using. You see the demolition here and there, concerning houses used to harbor victims of kidnapping. But we also still have the VAP law.
So what is we are placed for time there is because we know understand that law, we know the criminal code and all of that.
We must not
criticize that all of this are in place.
We must not criticize without reminding us what has been done. I'm just coming from there. Our VAP law also criminalizes or penalizes all these things. But it's quite unfortunate that our institutions are weak to protect the citizens.
That is where I want you to go to.
Very, very weak to protect the citizens. And this weakness, these evildoers leverage on these loopholes.
So what should be done that is not being done? So what are the things that should be done that is not being done?
It's the same weak institution I'm talking about. We have to really rise up. We have to brace up. I've never seen a nation who wants to be great that underfunds their security agencies. I've never seen that. I've never seen how we can make progress with this type of attitude, with this type of nonchalant attitude towards progressive things that are supposed to position us, our position things right. How can we achieve this? How can we pursue criminals with an empty hand? How do you think that investigations can be possible without you funding the agencies saddled with this responsibility?
So there's a huge system breakdown.
Exactly, systemic problem, very huge systemic problem. And I begin, whenever I look at budget, fat budget, going into capital expenditures and stuff like that, leaving the core issues unattended to, I always say that we have not started, we are not serious to pushing things and to doing things right. Assuming I am looking forward, I'm very honest, I'm looking forward to seeing this nation rise up to its expectations.
So what is the preventive, what should be the preventive reality as we speak now? What should be the preventive reality?
Now as it is, we need to prioritize security more than even the roads that they said, the coastal road that they said they are doing for us. We need to prioritize that. I really do not know whether they are waiting for a situation where these people will be start going house to house to be picking people for ransom, for sex slavery, in fact, for organ harvest. I don't know whether they are waiting for our system to break down to that extent. The better we rise up for us, the better for us. It is right time we prioritize what is core on the table. The burning issue today in Nigeria is insecurity. We cannot even get investors. We cannot even get them. We can't attract reasonable investors with this state of the nation.
All right, sister, what's your parting statement now as we end the program?
Mine is that, looking at the situation in our country, Nigeria, it's time for us to rise.
I thought you were going to say it's time for us to pray. Because somebody said
even when we are praying, the prayer without an action is dead.
Okay,
so that's sweet to know. Together.
All right, so there is your parting word as we parting statement now as we leave now. So 30 seconds.
Prayer and action go
Security
together.
agencies should be adequately funded to protect us. We need protection now.
Doris and Sister Helen, I've said it all. Need I say more? No. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazedion, Orebo, Obesni Agbo, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you to your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Bengato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, otherwise known as aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 32, hit it. 1, 2, 3, abdominal region. If you just look up, what I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time is 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool down. And this is the cool down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-up this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for ladies? Now, you understand that the guys have more defined muscles. And of course, to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the, what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a strive. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV, certainly the best.
new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dio Bona zima dio Obala zima dio Malawe ma ari Esama dio na ni mado pon Esama ni mado gbeken Esama e ma dio wa na Esama ma gbeken ne osabo obuyo bitu ne baba no get on maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbeken ne de na ima yafe ima ato ima agbon oro pa ewu dori ima adi awore ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just question on me afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbede Onwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Good morning, big thanks for joining me on the AM News and ITV. I am Philip Omogyubo. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appointed former Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos, Professor Oluwatoyin Temitayo Ogunigbe, as the new chairman of the governing board of the National Universities Commission. Professor Ogunigbe takes over from Emeritus Professor Olufemi Aino, who resigned from the position less than a year after his appointment. According to a statement by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, the 66-year-old academic brings decades of experience in university administration and research. A renowned professor of botany, Ogunigbe previously served as Vice Chancellor of the University of Lagos from 2017 to 2022 and currently holds the position of Pro-Chancellor at Redeemers University in Osun State. He is a fellow of several prestigious scientific bodies, including the Nigerian Academy of Science and the Royal Society of Biology in London. As chairman of the NUC Governing Board, Professor Ogunigbe is expected to provide strategic leadership for Nigeria's university system with a focus on funding, academic excellence, global competitiveness, and institutional stability. President Tinubu says the appointment aligns with his administration's renewed hope agenda to strengthen quality, access, and integrity in the nation's education sector. There was jubilation in Okada, the administrative headquarters of Obia Northeast Local Government Area, Edo State, as residents gathered to celebrate the reopening of their newly renovated town hall. The extensive renovation was funded by the Esama of Benin and Patriarch of the House of Igbinedian, Sir Dr. Gabriel Osawao Igbinedian, whose intervention has restored the community landmark to its former glory. Pius Nsoro has details.
It was a moment of celebration as elders, women, youths, and other residents of Okada rolled out the drums to welcome the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawao Igbinedian. The occasion marked the official presentation of the newly refurbished Okada Town Hall, a facility originally built by the Esama several years ago, but which had gradually fallen into a state of disrepair. Following appeals from the community, the referred philanthropist provided the resources for its complete renovation, bringing renewed hope and pride to the people. Chairman of the community, Mr. Edosa, who supervised the renovation project, described the task as enormous and commended the Esama for his unwavering commitment to the development of Okada. The Odionwe and other community elders also expressed profound appreciation, noting that the facelift given to the hall will serve generations to come.
The house is now stronger and will last long. We came to inaugurate the hall which Esama has renovated for us. We are very happy. May God grant him long life.
He came to repair Okada. May he live long.
Responding, the Esama of Benin thanked the people for their warm reception and continued support over the years.
I want to bless someone here today.
In a surprise gesture, he presented a brand new Lexus vehicle to a respected community elder in recognition of his dedication and selfless service to the growth and progress of Okada.
The best day which I will never forget in my life because of what Chief Igbinedian has done for me, which is not expected. I didn't dream of it at all. I'm very, very happy.
The colorful event featured cultural performances by women groups and musical renditions by a physically challenged high-life artist from Okada, who entertained guests with songs of praise. For the people of Okada, the renovated town hall stands not only as a symbol of community development, but also as another testament to the enduring generosity and legacy of the Esama of Benin. Pius Nsoro, ITV News.
The Edo State government has reaffirmed its commitment to combating drug abuse and illicit drug trafficking through sustained awareness campaigns, prevention programs, and community engagement initiatives aimed at building a healthier and drug-free society. Speaking during a press conference in Benin City to mark the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, Chairperson of the Edo State Drug Control Committee and Coordinator Office of the First Lady, Mrs. Edesili Okwewolo Anani, emphasized the government's resolve to promote drug abuse prevention, support rehabilitation efforts, and strengthen measures against illicit drug trafficking across the state. The report is presented by Ikman Musa Ugiagbe.
The chairperson of the Edo State Drug Control Committee and coordinator Office of the First Lady, Mrs. Edesili Okwewolo Anani, noted that the 2026 theme, the World Drug Problem, Persisting Issues, New Challenges and Innovative Responses, underscores the need for institutions, stakeholders and communities to collaborate in addressing the evolving challenges of substance abuse and drug-related crimes. She identified poverty, unemployment, inadequate education, and social inequality as major factors contributing to drug abuse and trafficking, stressing the importance of addressing the root causes through prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and social support programs.
Together, we can build a comprehensive approach that eradicates drug trafficking and promotes health and wellness. We will promote a culture of prevention, encourage those who need help to seek it, and work tirelessly to disrupt the illicit drug trade.
Also speaking, Commander of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Edo State Command, Michel Ofoyeju, described substance abuse as a major public health challenge with significant social and economic consequences.
New psychoactive substances continue to emerge, all in a bid to evade law enforcement. So we need to do something about these designer drugs.
The Commissioner for Health, Dr. Cyril Oshomole, reaffirmed the ministry's commitment to strengthening mental health services, expanding rehabilitation programs, and implementing evidence-based interventions to reduce substance abuse and improve public health outcomes across Edo State.
The Edo State government remains committed to a comprehensive approach that combines prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, public education, and enforcement.
Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Independent television and radio has been commended for its commitment to quality broadcasting and its contribution to societal development through effective information dissemination. The commendation was made when the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Oedo branch, paid a courtesy visit to the management of ITV and radio at the station's corporate headquarters on Airport Road, Benin City. Ofuri Anita has more.
Leading the delegation, the chairman of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Oedo branch, Engineer Chukwudi Mudiaga, said the visit was aimed at strengthening collaboration with ITV and radio in the areas of youth mentorship and professional development. He noted that partnership would also help promote engineering as a viable career path among young people and create greater awareness of the activities of the branch. Engineer Mudiaga further used the opportunity to invite the management of ITV and radio to the inauguration ceremony of the branch slated for June 26.
When you see us in primary schools, secondary schools, we are going to take turns to mentor these people. You're going to see a professor talking to them to say, okay, I'm a lecturer. If you want to be a lecturer in engineering, this is me. This is your future. You have to have a company. You say, okay, this is me, I'm a company owner. So that they know what to look at instead of seeing all the yahoos, people who sack the trousers.
Responding, the managing director of ITV and radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, expressed appreciation for the visit and assured the association of the station's support in initiatives geared towards youth mentorship, career development, and the advancement of the engineering profession.
Your plans to do mentorship, we will want to key into a very coordinated attempt to address, especially at the embryonic stage when they are still in the secondary schools. But please, when you start this plan for the mentorship, just give us, we look for a way as our own contribution to having an egalitarian society.
Present during the visit were the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, Director, Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Deputy General Manager, Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs Department, Egosa Agbonlao, and other management staff. From Benin, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
The Men of Valor Group of House of Favor International Church, London, has held its 2026 Men's Conference with the theme, Love Yourself as You Love Others. The conference, which coincided with this year's Father's Day celebration, brought together men from different backgrounds for a time of fellowship, inspiration, and spiritual growth. ITV UK correspondent Rosalind Eworame brings details.
The conference began on Saturday with a family barbecue attended by men, women and children, creating a relaxed atmosphere that strengthened family bonds and community relationships. The men participated in exciting games, drawing admiration and cheers from family members. The women also joined in the activities, adding color and excitement to the event. There was plenty to eat and drink as the men took charge of the kitchen in a demonstration of teamwork and hospitality. The conference climaxed with a special Thanksgiving service during which the men received gifts from the church. In a sermon, the senior pastor, Reverend Lakianewu, urged fathers and men to be actively present in the lives of their children, emphasizing the importance of love, guidance, and responsible fatherhood.
No matter the problems we have with our children's mothers, we must maintain presence. We must be part of their growing up. We should not abandon them.
Participants described the conference as impactful, saying it strengthened them spiritually and inspired them to become better fathers, husbands, and leaders.
The goal this year was to the men to look after themselves, make themselves priority. Because if you are not well, you cannot look after others.
What we learned basically this year is for us to be family orientated.
What I've taken home is to keep on supporting my family. As a father,
men need to be spiritually minded and ensure that they continue to cover their family with the covenant of God.
As the world marks Father's Day, initiatives such as the Men's Conference remain vital in promoting responsible fatherhood, strong family values, and positive community leadership. From House of Favour, London, Roslyn Eburame, ITV News.
The Edo State government is taking steps to improve electricity access and eliminate estimated billing, with plans to establish the Edo State Metering Assembly. As part of efforts to support the federal government's distribution sector recovery program, the Ministry of Power is assessing the technical and financial capacities of 3 foreign metering firms. The report filed by Donald Emian is presented by Osamudame Osage.
The Edo State government has intensified efforts to strengthen electricity service delivery and estimated billing through the proposed establishment of Edo State Metering Assembly. In line with Governor Monday Okpebholo's approval of the initiative, the Ministry of Power is currently evaluating the technical and financial capacities of 3 international metering companies, Wasion Group and Exin Electrical Company Limited of China, as well as Midwest Metering Company of Germany. The initiative builds on the successes of Edo State Mass Metering Program launched in September 2024 through a partnership involving New Hampshire Capital Limited and the Benin Electricity Distribution Company BEDC. The program has so far facilitated the distribution of more than 41,000 smart prepaid meters across the state, promoting transparent billing, improved energy management, and expanded access to metering services.
Wasion Group is one that provides such technology as well as the expertise that is aligned to this vision of provision of power to our people.
Following inspections of facilities and analyzing areas of possible collaboration at Wasion Group and Hexin Electrical Company in China, the Commissioner for Power, Barrister Paul Usembo, expressed confidence in the prospects of establishing the Edo State Metering Assembly.
Edo State is at the verge of establishing the Edo State Metering Assembly as approved by His Excellency Senator Monday, and which will be commissioned in the first quarter of 2027.
Speaking on behalf of Wasion Group, the company's international marketing general manager for the Asia and Middle East region, Mr. Leo Tan, commended Edo State government's commitment to transparency, energy efficiency, and improved customer service. Osemudame Osage, ITV News.
The acting chairman of the Local Government Council, Honorable Austin Rotimi Imafidon, popularly known as Isiwina, has flagged up the Harvest of Hope Food Initiative, a social welfare program aimed at supporting senior citizens, widows, widowers, persons living with disabilities, and other vulnerable residents across the local government area. Oluwafemi Farayola has more.
The program commenced with the profiling and registration of beneficiaries, followed by the issuance of assessment cards to ensure transparency and proper identification for the distribution of food baskets. In his remarks, Honorable Austin Imafidon described the Harvest of Hope initiative as a humanitarian intervention designed to cushion the effects of economic hardship and provide consistent support for vulnerable residents.
I am pleased to announce that this program will not be a one-time event. Through this program, we aim to provide essential food items that will help improve their nutritional well-being and quality of life.
Other speakers commended the initiative, describing it as a timely intervention capable of improving the living conditions of vulnerable members of the society.
This will not be politics. If they do it so that our mama, widows, our small sisters, may everybody get okay, may everybody get happy. We, as Edo State Diaspora Agency, we don't see say this initiative by our brother, now good one.
The ceremony featured the distribution of food baskets to registered beneficiaries who expressed appreciation for the support and offered prayers for the continued success of the program.
I would remember us, we old people and the young people to help. As he continue to help us, so God will help his life.
God will bless him more and more. He not go down. Prayer where I will give them to go up. They do more than this.
The Siwina Harvest of Hope Food initiative is expected to serve as a sustainable platform for promoting the welfare, dignity, and well-being of vulnerable residents throughout Wonde local government area. The ceremony, held at the Ehinya Primary Health Center, attracted government officials, development partners, community leaders, and beneficiaries from various communities within Wonde. Oluwafemi Fadayola, ITV News.
The President Enabling Business Environment Council has expressed his desire to partner with Edo State government to promoting trade and investment in a bid to strengthen ongoing economic policies of the government. The remark was made by the Director General, President Enabling Business Environment, Princess Zara Mustafa Audu, during a nationwide sub-national engagement and technical reform workshop 2026 held in Edo State as part of its nationwide town hall and state engagement tour. Evosa Wangwe takes us there.
The Technical Reform Workshop by PBEC in Edo State is to identify areas that will promote trade and investment to the benefit of the state and the peoples. Dwelling on the topics overview of PBEC and the nationwide sub-national engagement tour and strengthening regulatory governance through regulatory analysis, the Director General, Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, Princess Zara Mustafa Audu, said, for more and better investment community, a conducive environment should be created and promoted. She said, in view of the fact that the state governor, Senator Monday Okpewolo, has good economic policies, strengthening them with friendly policies that will encourage investors to come tap from the natural resources and others the state is blessed with, will go a long way to help out.
Investors can manage challenges and mitigate risk, but uncertainty discourages investment and increases the cost of doing business.
The Commissioner for Ministry of Business, Trade and Investment, Honorable Omo Anabo, said the purpose of such reform is to complement the effort of the state government in the area of providing a good environment for more investment to the state. While appreciating the PBEC for taking its tour to Edo State, said the gains of the workshop will be put into use and create avenue for more investors to boost the economic growth of the state.
All the potentials that we have in the state, we collaborate to ensure that we create business for sub-nationals and also to take the youth out of the market.
Edo State Finance Commissioner Engineer Emmanuel Okwebo says the state government, through the SHINE agenda, will do everything possible to encourage investors into the state.
We are delighted to host this event, which provides an invaluable platform of dialogue, collaboration, and the exchange of ideas.
Some participants say they have gained more knowledge about ways to attract investors to the state. The seminar gave opportunity for topics like understanding the investment life cycle and improving investors' experience. The commissioners for power, Barrister Paul Usembo, was among many special guests that were present at the workshop. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Some residents in Edo North have bemoaned the hardship they are facing due to the present economic situation and worsening insecurity. They called on government to put policies in place to alleviate the suffering. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Irunohai brings details.
Speaking with News Crew
Some residents in Edo North Senatorial District say they are faced with untold hardship associated with current economic reality across the country. While traders say their businesses have nosedived following little or no patronage. Few buyers complain of high prices of goods and services. They call on government to urgently fix the economy so that socio-economic activities can bounce back. Others appeal to government and security agencies to address the menace of insecurity.
Life for Nigeria now is that we see many things, we see difficulty, something like bandit, we don't see that kind of thing before. Everywhere we can see some crimes. Many people are committing crimes because of they cannot meet up with their needs. We need effort to gather Nigeria together so that we can get one mouth. No, make sure say Nigeria is very good country to stay.
What 10,000 I can afford for you before, now even 20,000 I can now afford it. We have a lot of challenges here and there. This war that is going on around us, these are the things that are affecting this world. Because when there's crisis in one part of the world, that thing affects the other part of the world.
From Auchi, the administrative headquarters of Isako West Local Government Area of Edo North, McDonald Irunokai, ITV News.
Another update on the AM News. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo Yupo. Coming shortly is TMI. Happy viewing.
ITV, certainly the best.
Common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwan traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwan was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwan. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological